the HSBC Women's World Championship, part of the race to the CME Globe.
After 3 days of positioning, it's time to take a Sunday run at the title. And with plenty of contenders, it really is anyone's game. Ataya Titikul keeps her hopes alive of lifting the HSBC trophy. The 19-year-old has a chance to create history, becoming the first Thai winner of Asia's major. She starts the round only 3 back. Smooth swinging Amy Yang is making all the right moves in this part of the world. She's in contention yet again and could well spoil the party. The USA's Danielle Kang has the determination and grit to challenge any lead. Her attitude is like an extra club in the bag, and she'll be a threat come Sunday afternoon. It's no surprise that South Korea features as we reach the final crescendo. Jin Young Ko has now recorded 14 consecutive rounds in the 60s. One more and she makes LPGA history, but will that be enough to win at Sentosa? Standing in her way is Jong-un Lee 6, who, much to the delight of her fan club back home, threw birdies and an eagle at the Tanjong course for a 65 to trail by just 1. But enjoying the view from the top is two-time major champion In-ji Chun. Improving each day, she has a one-stroke advantage over the field. It's a Sunday shootout littered with the finest in the game. Who can handle the heat, the pressure and the occasion to raise the trophy come day's end? 18 holes await, a champion to be crowned. Welcome to the final round of the HSBC Women's World Championship. The players have flown in from all corners of the globe, from Europe, the Americas and across Asia. And that's thanks to our tournament partner, Singapore Airlines, some of the most comfortable and spacious aircraft in the world. Their world-class hospitality makes travel a luxury. Welcome to the final round of the HSBC Women's World Championship. It's a Sunday in Sentosa and the title of champion beckons. Kate Burton alongside me, Ali Whittaker. Oh, it's a classy leaderboard we have with 18 holes remaining. The world number one trails by just 1 shot. And it looks like she's just warming up.
You know, it's interesting you phrase it that way as well, because you look at her last season in 2021, the Sunday was always the best. It was nearly 1 stroke less than Thursday and Friday and Saturday. And so, you know, she looked like she's been in a little bit of a holding pattern yesterday, but you just know she's got so much more in the tank.
Oh, she certainly has. Jin Young Ko also trying to break history as well on the LPGA by scoring her 15th consecutive round in the 60s. So we have our fingers crossed for her. But then In-ji Chun, her fellow countrywoman, it's interesting. We're kind of surprised she hasn't won more on the LPGA. When you look at her record, it's always impressive. The first 2 wins being majors, but not so many victories since then.
No, that's it. And she's one of those people that she's just been in the wilderness for the last 4 years. You know, she hasn't won since 2018. And so this is a different story for her today. You know, she's been outside the top 60 in the world when she was as high as number 3 on the planet. And so there is a little bit of a redemption feeling, I think, for the In-ji Chun camp today. And it would be nice. I think a lot of people would be happy to see her get it done.
Oh, well, most certainly. We have got 6 players within 3 of the lead, and it really is up for grabs. It's going to be an intriguing final day. Let's enjoy a recap, though, of round 3. It was a good day on Saturday here at Sentosa. The stars rising to the top. This player, the 19-year-old Ataya Titikul, that was a birdie at the 10th. She shot a round of 70. She still enters the fray. 18 holes remaining, and so does this player as well. Amy Yang, a second into 10. Exquisite ball striking from Yang, a 71. Megan Kang, a 68 for Megan Kang, looking for her first win on the big tour, the Promised Land, which is the LPGA. Well, this player knows how to get the job done. Jin Young Ko. Bizarrely, she actually didn't play her best yesterday, but it was still a round of 69. She starts the day 1 back. Lee 6, what a round. A 65, courtesy of an eagle at the 13th and rolling that long putt in as well at 18. But In-ji Chun No drop shots. It was a clean scorecard. That was in for 3 at the 13th and a 66. That means that she goes in to Sunday with a slender lead of 1. But look at the pursuers who are lining up right behind her. Lee 6, Jin Young Ko, Danielle Kang has come very close to winning this championship, was second to Michelle Wee a couple of years ago, and Amy Yang, Asian specialist. Feature groups, and we have Ali Whittaker and Trish Johnson in the box. Ali, this is great.
It is. It very well could be the biggest day of Ataya Titikin's career so far. Danielle Kang, Amy Yang, always in the mix. What a year Danielle Kang's putting together. Won the first event, second the week after, and here again this week.
What a last group we have. In-Ji Chun, 1 shot in the lead, hasn't won since 2018 US Open. Jung Young Lee, the six, 1 major win. And on joining them in the last group, Jin Young Ko, who needs no explanation at all. 12 LPGA wins, 2 majors, and the current world #1.
Play got underway early this morning, 7:25. The first ball was struck. Why don't we join the leading group? Drive down the left-hand side for In-Ji Chun, playing her approach.
She'd love to be coming from the right side of this fairway today and from the short grass. But she's played that so well from there. Would have been very easy to get a flyer, judged to perfection.
Good shot from Chun. Well, following this group, Sandy McKenzie is out on the golf course. Weather conditions, Sandy, how's it looking out there?
Well, Kate, we've got a very different day out here today. Extremely overcast as we watch Jin Young Ko, 150 to the pin. It's a tight back left pin and just playing this fairly safely to the right. We'll find the centre of the green, but on those weather conditions, extremely overcast, humidity's up, it's quite damp. So it's going to play a very different golf course today.
Just has that sense, Trish, doesn't it, that the air's a little bit heavier?
Yeah, very much so. Kind of worrying a little bit about the weather, but we've just got to put that out of our heads and just pray for good weather. 4 hours, just give us 4 hours.
No trouble there. You can throw a blanket over those 3. Good plays out to the right.
63 players are teeing it up this week, and they have shown us plenty of highlights for their remarkable golfing skill. Why don't we join Madeline Sagström? This was a few moments ago. This was her approach into the opening hole for the Swede, Solheim Cup player, winner on tour. Oh, judging that to near perfection, getting it all the way back. Good birdie from Sagström.
Yeah, Maguire's birdie putt on #1. Oh, nice pace right in the middle.
From one Solheim Cup star to another, Nana Kurtz Madsen at the par 3. She's already 4 under par for her round today. That one, 4 birdies in her 4th round. And here's another just a few moments later. In at 5 at the par 5.
Inby Park. Has she got her putting boots on early? I don't think she's starting too far back, but that is a rare birdie to have at the 3rd. And there was more to come from Inby. The elevated tee on for the short par 3. Dialing it in. Oh, and that is such a good shot to that back right-hand pin. It's a new segment of the green. And so, Inby Park, couple of birdies early on in the final round.
How about Momoko Ueda, who's already had a hole-in-one earlier this week? She's a sponsor's invite here at the HSBC Women's World Championship. She's a 2-time winner on the LPGA Tour as well. Plies her trade mainly in Japan these days. And a great shot in there at 15.
Now the Aussie, Min-Ji Lee, second shot into the first hole from the perfect position. Needs a really low round today to be in contention. Oh, that's a great start. Beauty.
And then the second hole. And here we have Min-Ji Lee. This coming from across the green. Oh, come on, come on. Oh, that was a wonderful putt from Min-Ji Lee, getting her round off to a very strong start.
One of her compatriot, Hannah Green. Great shot in there to the first to get it close to that pin today, and rewarded with an early birdie as well.
We're going to see some fireworks from Brooke Henderson today. She missed so many short putts yesterday. Can't afford that today. Got to go really low. Well, she's not going to miss that, I don't think.
Well, how about that for a start, this final round? Excellent ball striking, plenty of long putts hold. Could this go in for Lee 6? looking to join the lead. Oh, wow. Okie dokie. Well, this is rather exciting. Actually, Hart keeps the flag stick working like that. It really is anyone's game. So, 2 players now on 12 under par. In-Ji Chun, putt to come.
She only had 26 putts yesterday. She was thrilled and has a lot of confidence with that club this week. That's been the big difference for her. Also, how close she was hitting the ball yesterday. She gave herself a lot of makeable chances.
Yeah, she really did. She was knocking it to, well, on the front 9, I think she must have had 6 chances of inside 8 feet.
Well, there's a birdie chance now for Taya Titikan. This would move her to 10 under, to within 2. They're dropping from all corners. So that's a nice start from the 19-year-old. She says she just wants to have fun on the golf course. I mean, just watching her, it's infectious, magnetic. Can she match? Get off to that fast start she would love to have, and that just running through the break. It was a bold attempt from In-Ji. Had 2 hours of physio earlier this morning. Had that neck spasm early on in the week. Was actually worried she wasn't going to be able to play. It's a good thing she stuck it out, because she finds herself at the top of the leaderboard with a chance to win.
Chance to match them here for Jin Young Ko.
Wow, first blood, I think we'd say that is, to Lee 6. No one knocked it close there at all, really, did they? Just sort of finding their way, feeling their way in to this last round. But I've got a funny feeling there's going to be some fireworks out there today.
We've seen it in years gone by. The winning score for the last 4 years, the worst score has been 65 when you get your head around that.
It's a cast iron par for In-Ji Chun as she embarks on her final round campaign, eager to add another win on the LPGA Tour. She has 3 already. It would be 4 come day's end. Look at the pursuers. Look at the players lined up behind her. Brooke Henderson 1 under as well, but Sarah Schmelzel from the USA racing up the leaderboard. 5 under par through 9 holes, and the American sees herself on the front page.
Go to the tee at 2, Jong-Un Lee 6.
Yeah, this is pretty fair, you know, fairly easy tee shot, I would say. The first 2 holes are pretty simple, pretty straightforward driving-wise. Then it gets a little trickier.
Jin Young Ko back on the tee. You've got to try and avoid hitting into an upslope. If you can get up the top of this, you get a decent view of the green, and that's perfectly in the centre.
Player that really doesn't get flustered, not phased at all, holding on to a lead or just trailing by a couple of shots, and with that caddy on the bag as well, Dave Brooker, who won the inaugural HSBC Women's World Championship with Lorena Ochoa. He's got a huge amount of experience. It's an extra club in the bag.
Titikal's tee shot at 3, she's just hitting a 3-wood. She is extremely long, so that left-hand bunker is the reason that she is not pulling out her driver. Middle for diddle, perfect.
Pins on the front again at the 3rd hole, so we'll see that left bank get a little bit of a workout, I'd imagine, today.
Choosing the driver for Kang. You see the carry was less than what a Taya Titikan. Taya Titikan 227 with a 3-wood. Kang 221 with a driver, but all about position. Players arrived this morning from the official hotel in the fleet of Lexus hybrid cars. It was an early start this morning, trying to beat the weather. Sun Hyung Park, former champion here, as Ali mentioned, she had a 64 en route to her victory. Scoring is low on a Sunday here on the Townjohn course. But our thanks indeed to the tournament partner Lexus for travelling and for letting the players arrive in total luxury. It really is a treat being here in Singapore. Pleasure to have your company as well for this final round's coverage as we watch Yang tee off at 3.
It was interesting with Amy Yang yesterday. She let a couple go early on the right-hand side, and she sort of struggled a little bit. I mean, she did well. She had a decent number, but she loves this part of the world, as we know. She's won 4 times in Asia. She looks very relaxed as well.
Yeah, she does. She seems comfortable. This is at the 4th. Nasa Hataoka for 3 on the bounce. In it goes. She's to 9 under par, within just 3 of the lead. Plenty of holes left to play as well. It's nice to have that bank of 14 to come when you're playing well. You don't want this round to end. Keep on pressing through.
It's interesting. We talk about the caddies. She's got Gregor there on the bag, and he's been around a long time. Won so many tournaments with so many, especially Julie Inkster. So caddies really are very experienced today, and they will play their part. Believe you me, they are a very integral part of the team.
Yelini Noda, this would climb her to 6 under. Tall American. Oh, drops into the cup, so that's an excellent 2. It's interesting what you say, Trish, isn't it? How some caddies, some players really do rely on their caddies. Jin Young Ko with Dave Brooker, hugely experienced. And he says he doesn't actually need to pump her tyres up so much. She's got so much confidence, but...
She's world #1. She just comes along for the ride.
Well, there's a box office seat that he has, and this is a great second hole. It does get your attention off the tee.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, there are 2 ways to play it. I mean, you could hit driver and hit it down into this, far area and just have a little flick in, but it does kind of bring the left-hand water into play. No players really doing that. They're just laying back to about 100 yards. They pick their yardage that they want to hit in. The pin today is 9 on, 4 from the left. All of these pins today, they are tucked in corners. Very few of them are anywhere near the centre of the green. I think only 2. So someone's woken up in a very bad mood this morning.
First of these players to go is Jin Young Ko, centre of the fairway. She gets a decent look at this front left pin today. 103 to get it there, so short shot. Just punching that in, just fractionally right of the flag. Looking good, though.
This good shot. It's interesting what you say about these pins hugging the sides of the green. There are not many bunkers on this golf course. We've got several greens that have no bunkers around them, and that was part of the design, saying, these pros are so good out of the sand, but it is trickier. If it runs into the various collection areas, you're going to have to be good with a wedge.
No, absolutely. It makes it tougher not having a bunker there, because if you miss it and you short side yourself, you've got nothing to play with at all.
Certainly a good day on Saturday for these players. That's on the par 4s, those stats.
Just 99 yards. The lie is good. She can't see anything. Just a little over the flag, but it's well done.
Got away with 2 really, because she's missed the first 2 fairways, and she's made it a little bit hard on her iron play, which has definitely been NG Chun's strength. Only missed 1 yesterday total from the tee.
Just a lob wedge in the hand, 89 to the flag. Gets a view of the whole green from up on this ridge. A little bit of light rain falling, nothing much though, just keeping everything very damp. Leave 6 into 2, just punching that in. That's drifting a little right of the pin. Not a great shot from where she was.
But it's a chance. She's on the dance floor. 3 birdie opportunities await for this final group. Precision and accuracy required. Keeping it left, though, would be a good idea for Amy Yang. It does all feed around to the right-hand side this prawn cracker green, as the members call it. Come on, work it, work it. We're all leaning right in the commentary box. It's getting better and better. Great shot from Yang.
Yeah, this is a pretty friendly pin today. If you can hit the fairway, all you have to do is just land it on that front left-hand side, and there's only one place it can go, and you should be within 6 feet.
Brooke Henderson's missed the green at the par 3 fourth hole. Just through it.
Now you can see she just got the club stuck there. This is really thick grass, and if it's not quite lying with you, just lying against you, because of the uphill, the club just gets stuck in there and doesn't quite fire enough through it.
Try to bring this in from the left side for Danielle Kang. She's not going to be overly thrilled with that, because I think that was bang on for line. I'm curious to see whether that was just a little bit thin, perhaps, a little tinny on the contact.
This is a potential superstar, Al, isn't it?
She's already written her name in the history books. I think it's just a question of how many chapters that book is going to have for Atthaya Thitikul.
And that was written 5 years ago. That first win, Atthaya Thitikul coming when she was just 14 years old on the Ladies European Tour. During the pandemic, she won 5 times on her home tour in Thailand. So while a lot of players weren't able to play competitively, she had the clubs in hand.
Coming down the hill here for Inji Chun, now there is a lot more moisture in these greens today, so they probably get a little bit more of a roll than they have in the previous 3 days.
Inji Chun, hello. There's a bit of a fist pump going on there. She would desperately love another win. It's been 3 years. Nearly 4 years now for Inji Chun since she last entered the winner's circle. She's going to need to bring her A game now with players like this, the US Open champion from a few years ago, Jong and Lee 6, Jin Young Ko. We know what she's able to produce, the magic that she has in her golf bag.
I just feel like we're going to see some real fire in this final group today. I am so looking forward to walking the full 18 with them. Coming off a birdie on the first for Lee 6. And this to go back to back. They're fairly straight putts on the bottom part of this green.
Caught part of the hole, but not enough for it to drop in. But a very good try from Lee 6. So one back.
This is makeable for Danielle Kang. She landed that just short of the front edge. That wasn't the plan. Can almost guarantee that. Back to 2 with Jin Young Ko.
One player yet to make a birdie on these first 2 holes, so great opportunity here. As I said before, with this little bit of dampness falling this morning, it's light rain, it's not much. It's just going to slow these greens down fractionally. Give these players a bit of a chance to put a better roll on it. This for birdie.
Jin Young Ko very quickly finds herself 2 behind. Par to start. That's going to be a tap in for the world #1. It's the first competitive outing for her in 2022, and we're in March. She's taken her time to come back to the LPGA, took a good 3 months off before she had a scorecard in her hands, and she still finds herself in the final group. But is there an element of dusting down the rust? Dusting off the rust?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think I've watched her play 3 rounds this week, and I don't even think she's got out of second gear, or third gear possibly. Typical for a birdie after all over the flag. Second shot. Don't worry about the left-hand side. Let's just go straight at it. Straight downhill.
Oh, what a 3.
What a beauty. What a great start.
2 back for the Thai teen.
It's for par for Brooke Henderson. And a good 3 there in the end from through the green.
She's going to be happy with that putt. I mean, she left a lot of putts out on the golf course yesterday, Brooke Henderson. Frustrating day for her because her ball striking was excellent.
Now Amy to follow in on the same line. She knows exactly how this breaks. Just got to get it started. No worries whatsoever.
They're rolling in from all directions. The cream is rising to the top. What a great looking leaderboard we have for you on this final Sunday here at Sentosa Golf Club. Well, who's going to emerge top of the pile come day's end? Scoring is great. Nasa Hateoka. That is wonderful. 3 under through 4 for the Japanese player. She only finds herself 4 back. It can all happen. And it can all change very, very quickly at the top of the leaderboard. But Sarah Schmelzel going strong as well. Great final round from her so far. 5 under through 9. She's making moves.
Third shot at the par 5 for Nasa Hataoka. Pins over on that front left section, not far from there. Very nice. So she's got a chance for 4 in a row now, after a pretty average par at the opening hole. Chance there to get into double digits. Taya Titikin's already there. 2 under par through 3.
.166 this hole is playing today. Straight downhill. Probably playing about 160. Looks like an 8-iron in her hand here. Again, the pin's just 5 yards from the right-hand side. 22 on, so you can't be missing it to the right. It's the sensible play.
There's no bailout on this green. Miss the green and you really are in trouble. New segment of the green, that back right-hand corner. It's a real Sunday pin. There's plenty of them.
Yes.
There's 18 to be fair.
I should elaborate. Plenty of tough pins on a Sunday. As you mentioned, Trish, they are hugging the corners and the sides. We know they're all very important. Every shot so crucial now in this final round. No let up.
Puff of the cheeks there. I think that tells you all you need to know about what she thinks of that.
Beautiful Singapore. There we have the gardens by the bay, adventure playground, the enormous super trees. Good place for a drink there, I can tell you. 50 metres, some of those super trees shoot up into the sky. Stunning views at night, the flower dome and the cloud dome. 2 of the largest greenhouses in the world.
Inji bringing this down the right-hand side. Now, if she can just pull up before it does drop away and give herself a decent lie, and does that, she's on the flat.
Even 20 paces further down, 15, it's just so awkward if you end up with the ball below your feet to that green. Up 1 to 4. Danielle Kang.
I think she likes this. She's eyeing it up. Yeah, all over it. You could see her eyes going up and down the flag to the ball. Love watching that. And a little twirl of the club.
The usual line is down the left-hand side, but this is coming down the right. Now, this is a little too far right, and it's going to get caught up in the rough and possibly on the downslope.
Yeah, the first uphill tee shot. And that bunker on the left-hand side is the perfect line. Just don't go too far. Long hitters, just hit 3-wood. Everybody else, whack your driver up there. Just fall down to the right-hand side. What you don't want to do is just fall into that right-hand rough, because that makes a very sticky lie, especially with the rain overnight. Second shot, considerably uphill. Easy pin position today, as such, or as easy as it gets. You've got that left-hand side that will feed the ball round. But I'd say this is a birdie chance, and it hasn't been most of the week.
Now, this is a little more safely done down the left-hand side, and that'll be in fine shape.
It's the second time the players are seeing this hole. Because, last year it was extended by 65 metres. It was a much shorter par 4. Andy Johnston and his wonderful team decided to extend it 65 metres, and it's totally changed the way you play it. One of the hardest holes on the golf course all week.
Yes, for around about 3.5 feet left for Hataoka for her birdie. Great shot in. Not this time.
Come back down to earth temporarily. Those 3 birdies on the bounce, looking to make a move.
Jin Young Ko, the first of these 3 players to go. Now, she's got 155 to this pin. Now, being on the left-hand side, it takes out that front right bunker, so she gets a really good clear view. But this is only on 5 paces. Very easy to come up short. Going with the 6-iron. Not a breath of breeze out here. Low ball flight for Jin Young Ko. Now that is a little left.
Not for much longer, Sandy, because that's going to inch ever closer to the hole. Smart play.
Yeah, it's interesting. You hit the nail on the head there. She's a smart player, isn't she? She knows what she's capable of. She's not a high, can't hit it miles in the air. So let's just play the way it needs to be played. Looks are nothing. Let's get the ball close to the hole.
Yuji Chun, the next player, go from the right-hand side of the fairway. Just brings a mound of that bunker in. She's not in line with the bunker itself, but just have to be a little bit cautious of that mound coming off the bunker. 152 for Inji.
Really big birdie for her at the last. She hasn't been in this position in over 6 years, leading.
Way left, Ali. Way left.
It is, and you can see she's a little out of sorts, you know. And I always think it's interesting, Trish, in the final round, you know, watching them watch the crowd, seeing if they're noticing that, you know, if they're in the zone or if they're kind of seeing the people walking around like she was there.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you're going to be nervous. If you've not been in that position for quite a long time, it doesn't matter how many times you've done it, it's still a strange old feeling. You've got to play your way in, and you've got to get over those nerves very, very quickly before someone else gets away from you. But she made a great start. Let's make no mistake, she's made a super start. That was a bit of a shocker of a swing, but it happens.
Downhill slope for Lee 6, 145. Ball's laying pretty well, though. That bunker does come into play. Now, she's gone way left as well. Caught that fairly heavy.
That one all feeds back to the drive. You know, as soon as you're down in that right-hand rough to that kind of pin today, it's tricky because you could end up being, you know, up on the ledge behind, and that's really a no-go zone.
to join Atia Titikan from across the green at the 4th. Looking for the 3rd birdie on the trot. Not going to be, but it's a solid start. 2 off the pace right now. Atia, and she's really got nothing to lose. Can just play for pride, for joy, for the love of the game. Hannah Green has been playing for the love of the game over the past few weeks. A 2-time winner already this season. Oh, boom, that was very nearly in for Hannah Green. Wow.
It's an easy game to love when you keep winning, isn't it? And shots like those as well will drop back to 4 with Amy Yang.
She got a little bit of a read off Titikan's putt. Well, apparently she didn't. She should have.
Maybe hit the brakes early.
Just in the slipstream at the moment, you get that feeling. Par birdie start for Amy Yang. Currently in 5th place. 5 players in double digits.
Here's the sister act, the Canadians. Brooke and Brittany Henderson. Now, it's only a flick of the wedge, but she's having to think about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. Oh, that's a better angle to see it from, because she looked really close to the water
I was
there
just
from the angle. I
thinking
thought that's a fucking funky old layup, that is. Yeah, I think she's just. I don't know if she's worried about those balls at all, or just sort of. She's trying to figure out, I think, with her sister, with the rain that's been down, how far do I want to pitch this? You know, it would have probably yesterday it would have released a fair bit, but with it being slightly wetter underfoot and the green's a little bit softer, maybe she wants to pitch it pretty much all the way.
Came to an abrupt halt, and working with the conditions of the course. It was a deluge of rain last night that fell on the golf course. It dries incredibly well, but still softer conditions for the players.
Yeah, and they'll love that, to be fair. Makes the golf course a lot easier. Makes it a little bit longer, but iron shot's much more receptive. Now, Danielle Kang. Oh, yes. Right in the middle.
First birdie of the day for the American. She moves to 10 under, 3 off the pace.
She's made such a fast start to the season, you would not rule her out.
2 options here: to use the slope or slide this club in underneath and try and land it on the green softly, and that's what she's going to try and do. Now let's see this release. That is very well done. It's always going to be difficult.
Geez, the height she got on that ball.
Yeah. A little bit disappointed, I think, with the fact that she's, you know, that she knows that's going to go straight left, straight right off that slope. Sometimes you can forget about that when you're worried about getting the ball up in the air.
A little left on this for par for retired Titikan. No trouble. Oh, she looks solid. She's already such a complete player. Still in her teens.
She's in a wonderful position right now. In a tie for 3rd, only behind by 2 shots. Anything can happen today. It's a golf course that can bite you. You take a momentary lapse of concentration.
This is a little bit more of a fluffy lie, much more grass under the ball. But again, really opening this club face up. She's going to try and take that bank out of the equation. Land it as softly as she can on the green. She's had, it is an incredibly tough shot, but she has had the advantage of watching Lee's 6 and how her ball ran out. So needs to play this a little further left, but she does have much more grass under the ball. Club almost laying flat, pointing directly up. Takes a decent divot. And again, well done, because you can see how much that runs on.
Well, it's such a difficult up and down from there. If you're going to leave it short left, you've got your work cut out to walk away with a 4 on the 3rd hole.
They were bold plays, especially when you're trying to settle into the round.
No problems for Yang. 1 under today. She finds herself at 10 under. We've got lots of contenders. It's a congested leaderboard. It really is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out over the next few hours. Not as humid as it has been over the past few days as well. Cloud cover. Energy zapping, playing 4 rounds here. Players will go on to Thailand next week. 2 of the hottest weeks on the LPGA Tour.
Sandy, that little patch that Ko is on, is that going to make any difference to her putt, do you know? Do you think it's...
It certainly looks a lot different in the grain. Whether or not the grain is actually in a different angle, but it certainly stands out. It's got to be in the back of your mind too, I'm sure, that the grass is a little bit different on that putt. So she's got a couple of feet to cover it, but at the same time in a really good position here after playing, you know, a really good tee shot out to the left and giving herself a chance. No, lets that one slip by, so that's a little bit of a lost opportunity.
That's such a great angle to see putts from, because you know the moment the ball leaves, whether it's going in or not. It's fabulous for the viewer, isn't it?
A lot of subtle breaks on this golf course. Remodeled back in 2017 by Andy Johnston. That's going to be a 2-putt par for Ko. The only player out of the top 20 that's not under par in this final round. So hunting for the first red number.
Hannah Green's birdie putt down the hill. Oh, after such a good approach shot as well. Nearly holed her third shot. Well, that's gutting, that is. Nearly hold your third and you walk away with par. So annoying. You can see the shake of the head.
There's a couple of par putts here that aren't for the faint-hearted. There's an enormous amount of slope in this green. And she's just sitting at the base of that ridge that comes off the back of the bunker. It's going to be downhill. Very important part for Ingie at this stage. Just, you know, if she can hold one of these early, then it'll be, you know, it'll be a little nice relaxing way to get through these first few holes. Gives her a good, you know, up and down par, but she doesn't want to drop one here. And that was never going anywhere else but the centre.
That was a very classy up and down from a classy player. She's very happy with that as well. Got out of position with the approach. Made it tough for herself. Well played, Ingie Chun. Keeps her 1 clear at the top, 13 under. 6, of course, has that par putt to come.
Now, we saw Brooke Henderson yesterday, missed an absolute bucket load of those. But that is a beautiful up and down.
How does it change in a day, Trish? Would have head to the putting green after play yesterday, most probably.
Do you know what? A couple of times, there are 2 things that can happen. One, you go to the putting green and every 3-footer, 4-footer, you hold them straight away and you just think, OK, that's it, I'm off, I'm out of here. That's in the head. And that was a good pace. She had no pace on her short putts yesterday. They were really poor, and that was excellent.
Lee 6 now also awkward length for her par as well. Should die a little bit right to left as it gets to the hole. It's all going to be about the pace. She can hit firm enough to keep it on the line. And she did. That was really well struck.
That was a very good putt from Lee 6. And what that means is that the difference between her and the lead is just 1 shot, courtesy of that up and down on the difficult par 4 third hole. It's busy at the top, plenty of contenders. Who is going to reign supreme come day's end? Ingie Chun, though, is a good start for the Korean, looking for her first win in 4 years, a birdie at the second hole, and she has the lead by 1 over her nearest challengers.
Interesting down here for Danielle King. She pulled the drive, ball nearly a foot above her feet there. So no chance of even dreaming about going for it in 2. That is out to the right.
Raindrops are falling on the Tangjong golf course. It's going to be a little heavier underfoot. Ball not rolling as far. Green's more receptive.
Yeah, this hole's playing about 30 yards longer than it has been the last few days as well. So everyone will be picking their layup spots. It's such a personal thing as well, par fives, Trish. You know, the length that Brooke Henderson ended up with coming into this green as we watched Titty will end up in the bunker there. And that's just looks to be a little bit on a downside. Might not be too much fun, plenty of green to work with. But Brittany Lincecum, you give her 30, 40 yards, you're fired. You know, so...
Can I just point out, if you give Brittany Lincecum 30, 40 yards, she's hit that shot.
Yeah.
So, but I know exactly what you mean. You pick your favourite number. Like, for instance, mine would be 80. I know my 56 goes 80 on the button. So you pick that number, whichever one it is. It might be shorter. Very rarely is it a three-quarter shot, let's put it that way. No one wants to leave that in because you just struggle to spin it for starters. But yeah, very much so. And I mean, Danielle, the interesting thing I think about this group is, you know, they might go a bit under the radar. We're all looking at that last group as though that's going to be where the winner comes from. But these guys, someone goes out there and shoots a little sort of, you know, clickety-click, and then you're in business. You're there to be shot at, and you've done your stuff, and you don't have to worry about it.
Well, this week the players have been staying at the Hilton Singapore Orchard, and right in the heart of the city. Hotel was opened very recently, just a couple of weeks ago, and it's the largest Hilton in Asia Pacific. Over 1,000 rooms, 5 restaurants and bars, 2 ballrooms, and wonderful views of the centre and hustle and bustle of Singapore. Great views from all parts of this golf course.
That is with an 8-iron for Inji Chun going into this right corner. It's a good-looking shot.
Is it ever? So the big par save at the previous hole, that at the 4th. 2 strides there in a row for Inji Chun.
Lee Six is also taking an 8-iron. They've moved this tee over onto the left tee today. They were on the right tee yesterday. Gives you a little bit more look of hitting up the green with this tight pin. Just punching that in, and the line is looking pretty good, just fractionally left, but gee, it's not going to be far away.
Wow, how good are those tee shots? Inji Chun continuing to put the pressure on the challengers by firing first, but Lee Six responding.
Sandy, it's interesting, isn't it? The LPGA officials sort of give with one hand and take away with the other, don't they? So they'll put the pin in a hideous position, but they'll move the tee over just a fraction, just to give you a little bit of a chance.
Just to give you a little bit more room. It's very true. It's quite funny. I looked and I thought, oh, I'd like to see him playing off this right tee today. Gives you no green to work with. Jin Young Ko now, she is also going with an 8-iron. Absolutely not a breath of breeze to deal with. The rain that's falling is just, well, it's next to nothing. Very light. Now, can she follow these other 2 outstanding shots? And punching that in. That one is turning a little more to the left. Looks good for distance.
And it's not often you say that Jin Young Ko's shot is average when you look at how well the other 2 players were in their group. Hitting it close, really giving themselves a great opportunity of walking away with a 2 at the 4th hole. Jin Young Ko, so warming up, trying to find that first red number. She's behind by 2 shots currently on Inji Chun, who's gone off to such a solid start. That up and down on the previous hole, a good birdie at the 2nd, and doing all the right things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think she looks very confident. She's punched home a couple of putts early doors, so all to play for. That needs to swing, I would suggest. That was always a bit of, oh, it's done quite well. Won't be too unhappy with that. She was definitely trying to get that to come back in the air.
Down the hill for Nasa Hataoka, 188 yards today, the 7th. Pin over on that left-hand side.
Working it, playing like a member.
She'll be thrilled with that bounce. I can tell you that bunker's not the place to be today.
No, Amy from the right-hand side, just in the rough, and this is going to release a little bit more than it would do, regardless of conditions being quite soft. Just roll out a couple extra yards, I would suggest.
Yeah, well called, Trish. Let's still look at our birdie for Amy Yang. Minjee Lee. Wow, we thought Nasa's shot was good, but that is pin high for the Perth native. They are firing at the pins on this final Sunday at the Townjohn course. It's a masterclass of golf. Great par threes on this layout.
Oh, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I mean, to me, if you make 4 threes, you'd be very happy on this golf course. I think you make your scores on the 5s, definitely. Sort of hang on for dear life a bit on the 3s, and try and make a couple of birdies on the shorter, like 1 and 2 on the par 4s. You know, so I think it's very scoreable. But as we said a couple of days ago, if you're playing really well, you can see a really low number. If you're not quite on, God help you.
Yeah, you're going to need to bring your A game today. You need to be on form, and that's exactly what Inji Chun is doing. Super solid start, par, birdie, par, and hitting it in very close here at 4 to afford herself yet another opportunity. It's going to be Jin Young Ko to strike the first blow at the 4th.
Yeah, slight little roller coaster here. She's sort of found a little hollow where the ball is sitting there. So tiny bit of upslope in the beginning, and then but it all should leak left to right. Coming across this green, but still gives herself, you know, it's a good chance. It's just that the others have got in so close. It made Jin Young Ko's shot look a little ordinary.
Drained one of these on the back 9 yesterday to ignite her back 9 charge, firing off 3 birdies. Can she do it now?
Make no mistake about this, Jin Young Ko has made the majority of her score on the back 9. So she's been a slow starter all week comparatively, which is odd because the back 9's been playing harder. She's 8 under par on the back, 3 under on the front. So these patterns are the same. You know that she's got a few in the pocket to come. This is the 5th. Titikin. So good from there.
Genius, absolute genius. Brooke Henderson just made a birdie on the last, hit a very good pitch shot. Well, that's a bit agricultural, but go on. Oh, you beauty. Well, I'm not sure she meant to play it quite like that, but I think the ground is a little bit wetter, so she's just catching a bit more. Good job it was after the ball, that's all I can say.
Great chance now for Lee 6 at 4. Let's draw level with the lead on 13 under.
It's an excellent chance, just coming down the hill a little bit. Should move away from her left to right as it slows down. Opportunity lost.
She had just a little bit of a move with her head then, just through impact. Kind of came up a little bit. Short in the jaws.
You're a harsh critic, Alison Whittaker.
Oh, it stings though, doesn't it?
critic.
Meant to look for these things, we always do. But short in the jaws from that length in this position.
And what a great shame to such a brave tee shot as well.
You just need to shake those things off. You know, it pays to have a very short memory in a final round.
That should mean when you get older it should be easier.
That's a great opportunity for Inji Chun, especially after she had such a great up and down on the previous hole. giving her a little more confidence, relax her nerves just a little bit. Just to go to 14 under.
Two golden opportunities missed at the fourth hole. She still has the lead in Ji-chun, 13 under, one shot. Had the opportunity then to put a little bit of daylight between her and her nearest challengers. Means now Jin Young Ko has this putt for a par, the fourth consecutive par of her final round. Needs to stay within two. Wow. You're surprised they didn't walk away with a couple of birdies.
Oh yeah, I'm quite shocked, to be honest. Perfect greens, but the world number one will be happy.
Birdie putt for Amy Yang, just off the left, down the hill. That was interesting. There's the old wrong postcode in the GPS system on the way down there. Doesn't do that too many times though. Went back, had another look. See what she learned. What of Danielle Kang here now, though? Also for a birdie.
She's got many fans around the world, Danielle Kang. A few have assembled around the back of 8 of 5. She moves to 11 under alongside Jin Young Ko in a tie for fourth.
That's a brilliant four from where her drive was. That very easily could have ended up in the penalty area off the tee, and she's walked away with a birdie. And that's what she's been talking about as we watch Amy Yang clean up for her par there. Danielle Kang's working on trying to squeeze as much out of her round and kind of stick to her plan as much as she can. Just going for those, I can't even call them 1%, because I feel like they're even smaller for her sometimes.
And she's going to need it. If the rain continues to fall, the golf is going to become a very long golf course. She's not the longest player, Danielle Kang, doesn't get a huge amount of carry with the driver, so she's going to have to be a real tactician around this layout if she's going to mount a serious challenge.
No, definitely, there's a big advantage to the likes of, Brooke Henderson, Ataya Titicum, definitely. Amy Yang gives it a bit of a rip as well. So, yeah, that on the back nine, if it does start, especially if it starts raining, that could be a distinct advantage, to say the least, for those players.
Well, it was a good birdie at the fifth hole for Ataya Titicum, and that means that she is only one off the lead now. The teenager, 12 under par, alongside Lee 6.
Yes.
Sandy McKenzie joining us from the fairways of the fifth hole following this final group.
I'm just getting a little info here for you, because I've got a feeling this group have been given the hurry up. There is nobody else on this fairway, this par 5. Lee 6 now. Tee shot. The tee has gone back today. They've taken it back, so putting this out of range. And this is down the right-hand side, heading towards that first bunker.
Sandy, what's the body language like with these players? Can you see any signs of any sort of nerves or any sort of annoyance or anything with any of them at all?
Absolutely not. They all look as cool as cucumbers. I'm seeing nothing yet, but if I do see something, I'll certainly get back to you. But at the moment, it all looks pretty relaxed.
Well, the Koreans never give much away. Especially this player. Got a great poker face, Jin Young Ko.
So this hole playing much longer today. Taking that aggressive shot out of the equation for many. Now this is more down the left-hand side for Jin Young Ko. They're going to pick up the rough.
We hope you're enjoying this final round's coverage, but if you would like to find out more about what's happening at the HSBC Women's World Championship, grab your phone or keep it up for a little bit longer, this QR code, while you unlock it, tap in your password and scan the QR code to find out more about your favourite player, how they've been competing this week, and more information about this wonderful championship, affectionately known as Asia's Major, the 14th edition here at the beautiful Sentosa Golf Club. Trish is on the tournament newsletter site, learning all about her favourite players. And it's great to have your company today. Look at these aerial shots. Whoa, aren't we lucky to be in Singapore, fourth event of 2022.
Brooke Henderson for birdie. Here at the 6th hole, try and make it 2 on the bounce here. She's such a momentum player, dangerous when she starts stringing them together.
Flag stick in.
Yeah, it's really interesting because when you watch Brooke's backswing in comparison to especially a lot of the Korean players, you see how much she has a different type of stroke. The Korean players have a lot of basically where the club head will stay square, almost like going under and coming back out. But Brooke's very much there's a lot more turn in it. When you're on, that's great, but when it's not, then the ball can come off at funny angles sometimes.
Why don't we take a look over the par 5. 5th hole, you can see the length has been added, around about 30 yards longer than in previous days, so a lot of players will be kind of threading it down just to the end of this landing zone today, just short of that bunker, and the vast majority will be laying up a tire. Titikun did get it up greenside in that greenside bunker, but lay back to your favourite number, something that's comfortable, especially with the shallower side on that left-hand side where the pin is today. You don't have a lot of depth, and so the angle is key as well. You'll be thinking about that. It's the 3rd easiest hole on the golf course. 13 birdies so far today.
Long way back here in the rough for Jin Young Ko. Just going with the iron to get this back out into play, but she's going to end up a fair way in for her 3rd shot.
Sandy, when the weather's like this, and the fairways obviously they're at their premium, aren't they? You've got to hit on a 545 yard. If you miss the fairway, and suddenly you can have a fair lot of club in.
Yeah, it can play so much longer. You really need to be able to find the really short-cut surface. Give yourself any chance of a bit of run as we watch Lee 6 well forward in this bunker. So just getting an iron, got good contact on it and perfectly down the centre. She's got that down there a long way. And the one in the perfect position is Inji Chun. Left side, nice flat line. Just got the hybrid out. It's a long way down to those bunkers today. She's still 248 from the front of the green. Low ball flight just squirts that out towards the 3rd of those bunkers. Yeah, it's a good spot.
It's going to be interesting, this final group, because you've got 2 players there, Inji Chun and Jongin Lee 6, haven't won for a few years. Jin Young Ko won in her last event, so she's very accustomed to winning and being under pressure and thriving in those conditions. Daniel Kang, she's won this year. First event of the season in Florida, so she knows how to get the job done.
I liked the look of that golf swing from the get-go. Beautiful balance through the ball there for Kang. Sometimes she kind of seems to have a lot of moving parts after impact. That was really tidy and a nice shot to match.
Works on her swing with the great Butch Harmon.
Hannah Green has made a great comeback after a pretty ordinary first round, to say the least. Not what she is used to. Oh, and that's a beautiful shot. You see how much easier it is today. So little release Well, yesterday we were seeing these iron shots released 10-15 yards, so tough to get near pins that are tucked in corners. But today, you can relax a little bit because you know the ball's going to check up.
Has been a good fight back since that opening round 74 for Hannah Green. Amy Yang's trying to thread the needle here. She missed the fairway right at 6. And it's straight up over it. Oh, that is brilliant.
It's through the goalposts. What a result for Amy Yang. So a great chance now for Yang to try and close in on that lead. Currently 3 shots separate her from In-Ji Chun.
And Brooke will be eyeing this up as well. She knows she can pitch it all the way. Ooh, that's never a sound you want to hear. That's okay. It's not bad for an average shot.
I think that's the big difference, isn't it, between, you know, different levels of the game as well. Brown says it's not the good shots that are better, it's the misses that are.
Settle down. With Atia Titikan, she's playing with total freedom. She's got absolutely nothing to lose here. There's no expectation on her shoulders. Jin Young Ko, we're kind of expecting her to win because that's what she does so often. Whereas Atia Titikan is only one back and just play with unbridled freedom.
That whole penultimate group's just trying to post a number, get in early as well, under the radar.
Still a decent shot in here, going with an 8-iron for Jin Young Ko, just left of the flag. Oh, seemed like a little bit too much club. Now I can tell you, Dean Hurden's just told me that they have already received an official warning for slow play. So that might be a little bit of a game changer. They're going to have to put the roller skates on out here.
Walking a little bit quicker might help, I might add. Doesn't appear to be too difficult to do that.
They've got a lot of ground to make up because when we were standing on the tee, there was nobody else on this par 5. These 6 just under 60 into this pin. She's given that plenty and that may end up past the flag. It does.
Good shot in from Lee 6, but this official warning, Trish, how much is it going to affect the players?
Well, at the moment, not a great deal because no one seems to be doing a great deal about it. So look at them, they just... But just going back to your point... Oh, we'll come back to that point. Brooke Henderson's birdie putt, leaving the flag in again. Another 15-footer for birdie. Now that is a better line on the putter. Come on, break. Oh, and that was a really good putt. That's unlucky. Like that stroke.
Just a little punched in wedge here for In-Ji Chun. The line is pretty good. Oh, she gives herself another chance.
Just going back to what you were saying about Atia Titikan, she's won tournaments, and she hasn't got anything to lose. But you have to remember she's won an Order of Merit. Now, it might not have been an LPGA Order of Merit, but it's an LET Order of Merit. That is a big, big thing. That does not happen to too many people. She knows how to win, and she's expecting to win, more to the point.
This to tie the lead.
And boom, in it goes. It's a two-way tussle at the top between Thailand and South Korea. What a fast start from the teenager. 4 birdies in the first 6 holes. She's got the game face on. As we say, there's nothing to lose for the LPGA Tour because she's playing her rookie season on the LPGA, but a proven winner back in Europe and certainly in Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a huge chance, but she's going to be around for donkey's years. She's going to win loads and loads of tournaments. Yeah, winning your first LPGA event is absolutely enormous, but she has an expectation level that we probably don't think she has, and she does.
Great birdie there from Hannah Green, 2 on the bounce for her. Back to 6 with Danielle Kang. It was a lovely shot in. Not this time round, but still 2 under par in the opening 6 holes.
Would you say she's someone that sort of, well, I think you've touched on this, but she gets the most out of what she's got, really, doesn't she? sometimes you look at players and think, oh, they really don't. They've got a lot more. They should do an awful lot better. But I look at Danielle and think, you know, she works so hard. Everything she does is about that improvement. She's not possibly the most talented player that you'll ever see, but my God, she deserves what she gets.
She doesn't make too many silly errors around the greens. You know, if it's an easy shot, she makes up and down for the most part. And I guess that's kind of what we're alluding to.
Yeah, she's got a short game to lean on as well, Danielle Kang. When she won at Rainwood, the Buick Classic a few years ago, she got up and down from everywhere en route to one of those LPGA victories that she has, 6 in total.
The nice little duel with Jessica Corder that week. That was fun. Had some great stories on the final days in the Asian swing over the years. Curious to see how this one will pan out. Jin Young Ko for her birdie now.
Long range down the hill.
I'll keep tracking. Oh, that was unlucky. You thought it was going slow enough that it might have dropped into the side of the cup. It was a good stroke from Ko. It's going to be a tap-in par, the 5th par of the day. Trying to move it up a gear, get those red numbers circling on the lead. Well, through the goalposts, onto the green at 6 for Amy Yang. This for a 3.
From the forest.
Not to beat. Yang will stay at 10 under in a tie for 6th alongside Aileen Kim and Brooke Henderson and Hannah Green.
I think both of those putts have been fine. She just hasn't seen the line on them. Didn't see too much wrong with the strokes on 5 and 6.
Might have got a bit of a read from Jin Young Ko's putt. But Lee Six has this opportunity now to join Ataya Titikun and Inji Chun on 13 under.
Bit of a hoik, I think we might say that was. She knew the line, but just came straight left off the club face, unfortunately. Not one of her better strokes, but c'est la vie.
So players have been asked to hustle in this final group. They have been given an official warning.
If this is hustling, God help us.
Amy Yang made a 4 at the 6th hole. But players, this final group, taking their time.
Do the hustle. Wow. Okay, it's got a whole new meaning, that has. It's not really, Sandy, it's not how long they take over hitting the ball and stuff. It's just sort of getting to it, isn't it? Just get there a bit quicker.
It's just getting on with it. Just step it out and get moving. That's all you've really got to do. You can still take your time with your shots, but it's just the mucking about. Probably a little bit too much time has been taken down the fairways. But we'll wait and see. Oh, and there you go.
Oh, what a putt for Inji Chun. 14 under par now sets the mark in this final round. She has the lead all by herself just when the teenager caught up with her by virtue of those 4 birdies to kickstart her final round campaign. Inji Chun just enjoys another birdie, the 2nd of the day. What a 4.
So this little tidy up for Jong Eun Lee Six for her part. I think, Trish, it's going to be important for Inji Chun to stay ahead. She hadn't had a 54-hole lead in 6 years.
No,
it's
you're
very
absolutely
different
right.
to the woman chasing her.
And you pointed out a really good point, Al, that Jin Young Ko loves this back 9. You know, she comes alive, and the pressure. Let's be fair, the front 9, there's no real pressure, but the back 9 is where it all starts to ramp up, and the world #1 loves to be in the heat of the battle. So she needs a big lead.
Well, it's all starting to come good for Inji Chun. She has the lead by 1 shot over her nearest pursuers, setting the mark at 14 under par. Great to have your company for this final round's coverage. Have a look at this classy leaderboard. Players from South Korea, Thailand, America and Canada, and also Australia right in the fray. She likes it. Oh no, she doesn't, because that's lead right and it's pin high. It's a safe tee shot.
She did a lot of that yesterday. She hit a lot of greens in regulation, 16. She's only missed 4 for the last 2 days. When you put that into perspective, that's some very good iron play, but a lot of it's been a long way away. That's why, you know, you haven't quite seen it light up the course, and it's all we've talked about it this week, the proximity.
They're big greens here at Sentosa.
They're about collectively they're about 3 times the normal size, aren't they, roughly?
They are. Certainly on the Serapong course, there's one green that's 3 times the size of an average green that you would find anywhere else. 6,000 square feet is the average size of a green. Some of them out here are 18,000 square feet. They're enormous.
Interesting follow through. She might be too unhappy with that. It's got a birdie chance.
It's an interesting approach she has to the game. You know, working at the UFC Institute and trying to improve in any way that she can to put in a better performance on the golf course for Danielle Kang. You know, working on mixed martial arts in order to sharpen her focus, have that mental edge, because that really is an extra club in the bag for her. That self-belief that Kang has.
The golf industry needs to respond to climate change, and Sentosa Golf Club and HSBC are very keen to play their part.
Along with the tournament partners, HSBC is committed to funding $100 million in nature-based solutions.
So we've invested in 2 digesters. One biodigester is for horticultural waste, the other's for food waste. So we take all the food waste, we put it in the biodigester, it grinds it down, and literally within 24 hours we have a product that we can throw back out onto the golf course for fertilizer. It reduces our inputs of our NPK.
A number of environmental initiatives have been pioneered by Sentosa Golf Club, and Director of Agronomy and General Manager Andy Johnston is proud of what they have achieved.
And the master plan revolves around measuring your carbon footprint. And this is something that I would recommend to all businesses, not just golf clubs. But if you don't measure your carbon footprint, you don't know how to start reducing the amount of carbon or energy you're using to become carbon neutral.
Nestled behind the 4th tee is a hive of activity in the form of 6 bee colonies. Don't worry, they are stingless bees and honeybees. The club's goal is to help increase the worldwide population, which is sadly in sharp decline as bees pollinate 30% of all the food we eat. The club is committed to becoming the world's first carbon neutral golf club in 2022.
Well, we're trying to use less energy. And so how do you use less energy? Well, you invest in better products. So for instance, our golf carts. They're the first lithium battery golf carts in Asia, and they use 1/3 less energy than the normal traditional golf carts. Reducing water consumption is something every golf course superintendent should do. I think golf course superintendents across the board overwater. But in our case, we've redesigned our golf course so our lakes are our collection center. So when it rains, all that rainwater comes to our lake system, and then we reuse it for our irrigation needs when we need it. But we only run it when we have to. It's not just run on an annual basis or a nightly basis, and we don't pay for it because it's not driven from the economy.
There is work to be done. Reducing our carbon footprint must remain a priority, not just for us, but for future generations.
Thank you very much indeed to Andy Johnston. It's interesting, he's talking about the green staff, how it's easy to overwater a golf course. And if we can embrace technology, innovate, and try to reduce our carbon footprint where we can. Eagle opportunity now for Minjee Lee to get to 11 under par. It's going to be a kick-in birdie for the Australian. So she enters the fray in contention, 10 under, 4 back.
Interesting with Minjee, I always think she's one of those players that if she goes out early and shoots a low number, she's way more likely to win. I never quite have the confidence when she's sort of in the last group, right in the heat of battle. I could be wrong, but that's maybe. What do you reckon?
No, she's gone either way in the final round for sure. You know, thinking back to the Toto Japan Classic, she had quite a big lead and lost it within about 6 holes on the final day. She's a major champ now as well. Long range for Titikin, and in it goes. She's up alongside Inji Chun again.
Okay, joke's a joke, eh?
Wow.
Come on.
Look at that scorecard. What a
that
performance
yardage.
we're witnessing here from Attia Titikan. Just playing with no fear.
Well, Inji Chun in a little bit of trouble here. She really legged this right, and it's come up right at the base of this little tree. No option other than come out sideways and get it back on the fairway. So laying there for 2.
Well, that was completely stymied. Absolutely no option whatsoever. One eagle chance a moment ago for Minjee Lee. Now Nasa Hateoka has this opportunity at 8.
Oh, get some legs. Oh, if only.
You can hear the crowd out there erring the moment. And it's quite fascinating watching the Japanese players on tour because they have to do way more media than everyone else. You know, even Yuka Sasso now is on Wednesdays going through media calls on a computer, you know, doing FaceTimes, things like that. They have a lot more pressure on them and a lot more administrative kind of work to do from Monday to Wednesday than the vast majority of players. Ireland also really strong in that category with Leona Maguire.
Birdie chance missed for Danielle Kang. It's a good point you make. I mean, and the Japan Tour, the LPGA Tour, nearly 40 events a year that they have. So
135 for Jin Young Ko, just to the left of the flag. It looks pretty good for distance.
Great for distance. Lovely shot. It's a good golf course to trust your game on, Trish, isn't it? Because there's a lot of blind shots, so you need to be in control of your ball. I think that's why we see so many good winners here.
Yeah, really difficult. You can see very little of the bottom of the flags on this golf course.
Inji Chun, she's at 140. To the pin, got an 8-iron in her hand. It's leaking a little right. It might be okay though.
That'll be fine, but that will be for par to come for Inji Chun. She couldn't have almost gone up and placed it in a worse spot behind that tree.
I know you hit a bad shot, but you just think, seriously, you get up there and it's middle stump. You think, what are the chances of that? Seriously, it's pretty unlucky, but then I guess don't miss the fairway. You're not up against the tree, are you?
Down at the 8th, par 5, with Brooke Henderson. Tee's been moved up today, 450 yards, well and truly in reach.
What a shot that is. Tita Green, she is probably playing the best golf of anyone. But her putter was so stone cold yesterday. It was fridge-like. It was awful. But she looks in good fettle today. In fine fettle, in fact.
Back to our co-leader on the tee. With that tee moved up, you'll see a lot of 3 woods here. Trying to keep that left penalty area out of play because you can probably almost run through the fairway today with very little issue with the longer clubs. You'll see here lands it all the way down there.
Yeah, it's only playing 450 today, which with the downhill off the slope there is probably just a long iron.
It's just 102 yards. Well, if she's got the club, it's directly at the flag.
She's got it.
Oh.
Pristine iron play there from Jong Eun Lee 6.
Hannah Green, just from behind the flag. A little bit uphill this. You can just see the difference in the colours of the grass there. It's going to be a fairly slow putt, this. Oh, just a little bit firmer. Would have kept its line. She knows it.
She's 3 under par through 8. She's missed 2 very good chances already today, Hannah Green. She's 2 from 2 this year in her events back in Australia, both mixed events.
She's definitely not amused at this precise moment in time. Now this is a huge putt. This is the length of which she missed at least 4 of these yesterday, and most of them didn't even touch the hole. But she's putted really nicely so far.
And a lot of those have been from slightly longer range. You know, the expectation, I think, today, at least around, you know, the 10-foot mark, the expectation with those is different than these.
Yeah, you know you shouldn't miss from 3-4 feet. You should never miss, really. She didn't even hit the hole, which absolutely saps your confidence. But she's knocked in a couple of these already. And in the heat of the battle, you wouldn't bet against her. Come on, nice and firm, right in the middle.
Henderson's within 2 now. She joins the fray at 12 under par. A brilliant eagle there at the 8th. They're racing to the tee. And she is striding her way right through the final page of this leaderboard. There she is, 4 under par through 8 today. Some big moves being made here in round 4 of the HSBC Women's World Championship. None bigger than the likes of the teen sensation Ataya Titikin, who's joined Inji Chun at the top of the leaderboard at 14 under par.
Very important part here for Inji Chun. This for par. There's going to be a drop shot for our leader. I have to say the one person in this group who's going to make sure she's not done for slow play is Jin Young Ko. She was actually on this tee and had hit off before the other 2 players had actually reached it. And when they were playing their second, she was already up here at the green. So she's trying to push the issue of catching up to this group in front, who are well down the 8th now.
Sandy, who's the slow one in this group?
Well, I think the whole thing was just pretty slow, and the other 2 don't look like they've upped their pace at all. So it's not going to be Jin Young. She has really got the roller skates on now. And hopefully that doesn't affect play. Inji does take a fair amount of time over her shots. So at the moment, she's really the standout. This will be a great birdie here. First one of the day. No, Monacle's picking up one on the previous. Up the hill. She really can't buy a putt at this point.
Just not enough pace on it at the moment from what we can sort of see, Sandy.
Yeah, and we saw that the previous days as well. A lot of putts were good, but there just wasn't enough on them.
It's great to have you with us for the final round coverage here from Sentosa. Great shot in too from Jong Eun Lee 6 here at the 6th hole. She is 2 shots back. Inji Chun has just made her bogey, so she's given back one of the 2 that she'd gained on the golf course, and now she's 1 shot off the lead. And this to pull up alongside her in a share of 2nd for Jong Eun Lee 6. In she rolls it. 2nd birdie of the day. She's just 1 shot back, the major champion. The Thai team star, Ataya Titikin, playing out alongside Danielle Kang today. They're at the 8th.
So she's taking it on. Oh, you would do. It's only 450 today. Perfect drive down the left side. I guess she's just laid that out right a little bit. Is it going to come back? Okay, come on. Come on, catch that slope. Okay, outside eagle chance. Not bad effort.
Titikin now, just the iron required. She's got about 183 yards to the front edge from there. That is a long way right. That wasn't her finest strike.
Yeah, that's a shocker. The only good thing about that is she's got a good angle in from there, but no, did not strike that well. Amy Yang just in front of her. Long iron, lovely rhythm. Just laid that out right a little bit again, but you would do, wouldn't you? Because that cabbage on the right-hand side is not to be messed with. Go on, ball. That just needs a little bit of release.
Putts to come in that group. Can they match what Brooke Henderson did a couple of moments ago? But let's drop back to 7, the par 3, Trish.
Yeah, second of the par 3s, very downhill par 3, lovely looking hole, 188 yards today, bunker on the left-hand side. Not going to come into play today because the pin's on 16 and it's 7 from the right. And it's round about, for a lot of these players, a little hybrid, maybe 4 or 5 irons if they've got those in the bag.
Not a breath of breeze, and this is with a 5-iron for Lee's 6. The line looks very good. Oh, kick up. Wow.
Watch it.
Oh. Now, a little update after we see that spectacular shot. They have just been given the official warning on the 4th, but they've just been told on the 7th tee that they are on the clock. So it's going to be very interesting out here over the next few holes.
Bold move to give anybody in the last group a penalty, Sandy.
Yeah, that would be really tough, wouldn't it? But they are going to have to move. They're a long way back. Now Jin Young Ko also going with 5-iron. Again, low ball flight. The line is good. Just drifting a little left now, but that's not far away. Just needs to settle down. Yeah, running on a lot more than it looked like it would do.
You mentioned low ball flight a lot with when you mention her name. Is she considerably lower than the others?
Not really. Ingie's probably got the highest ball flight of these 3. The other 2 are quite low. Lee 6 also hits it fairly low as well. I've not seen her get anything too high up in the air. But Ingie is the one that can get it up much higher and carry. Ingie Chun. Now that's just drifting to the right side of the green. It's going to be a long putt. And it'll move further right where it is.
I dare say that might just drift down to that right edge. So if you're just joining us, let's get you up to speed with some of the action early on here in the final round. Nasa Hataoka, she's got off to a nice start. The world at number 9. That was for birdie at the 2nd, and she wasn't done yet. In it went at the 3rd as well. She's had a few of them today. 4 under par so far for her round.
First hole, look at this. Absolute tramliner for Jin Young Lee. 6 for birdie. Oh, nowhere else. Lovely start.
Our new leader, Ataya Titikin. She rolled one in at the 2nd hole.
So Hatoko got off to a lovely start today. And this is her birdie putt at 4. Another one finds the hole.
That's for 3 in a row. Inji Chun, important putt for her at the 2nd. Just tracking the entire way, her first of the day.
Our current leader, this is her birdie putt at the 2nd. Start of quite a run. Oh yeah.
Amy Yang hit a really beautiful shot into the 3rd, and she was in for a 3. She misread a couple since then. That was a good birdie to bag.
Danielle Kang hit a beautiful iron shot into this par 3 4th hole. And she did the business with the putter. Lovely birdie.
We were trying to find a little momentum with the putter. It's made much easier with shots like these for Brooke Henderson. The par 5 in tight. She'd roll that in for a 4.
Look at this for a bunker shot from Titico. 3rd shot on number 5. Just leaves it basically just a kick in.
Okay. The very same hole, she too found a birdie. The second of the day.
Now this is someone that can absolutely hit it up in the sky. And this is Minjee Lee's tee shot to 7. And watch this one. Comes down like a feather. Beautiful shot.
We've had a few of them. Keep your eyes on this for Hannah Green. She's done such a good job of fighting back after that opening round of 74. Hold that in for a 2.
Tyre Titican's birdie putt at 6. We just keep saying, in it goes.
Lovely stuff from the team from Ratchaburi, Thailand. She's had 5 birdies already today. Here she is with her third at 8.
Just coming out of the right-hand side. This is going to release a little bit. She's going to play for that release. Hope she is. Go on. Oh. Pretty poor from there. Didn't quite get the right contact.
Up at the 9th. Brooke Henderson's found the fairway. And at the par 4. Kind of back centre today. That's a great shot in.
She kind of looks like she's got the bit between her teeth, doesn't she? Almost that. What she did yesterday has really annoyed her.
She's bouncing back nicely. Eagle putt here for Danielle Kang. Chance to get within 1.
Says thank you, but she doesn't really mean it. Oh, one more roll. One more roll.
That's good enough to get her to 12 under par, 2 off the pace, with this little one that she'll tap in, becoming more and more of a factor in the final day.
You have to remember, she won the first tournament of the season in Florida, and she finished second in the second tournament of the season, so she is the player in form.
And at the 7th with Inji Chun from long range.
Okay, so a little teaser.
A penny for a read from over there. Andy Yang got one. This 2 for Eagle. Very nearly. Should be good enough for a tap-in birdie nonetheless.
This putt's going to run down the hill. It'll be all about the pace. Yeah, at least that one has got past the flag.
That is going to be 7 pars to start the day of Jin Young Ko.
Well, you know she's going to shoot 3 under. We know that for a fact because we know she's going to have that record.
So let's take a look at the hot streak so far today. Ataya Titikan, this was brilliant at 5.
Yeah, beautifully judged. Look at that. Knew how much it was going to release out of that bunker. Easy tap-in birdie.
And at 6, stiffed it again.
Doesn't she putt well? Absolutely beautiful putter. Oh, I think we're going to see that again here. Look at this. This is from totally downtown. But again, such great pace. This is the thing. These are not lucky. These are absolutely bang on.
So that one there was for 3 in a row. She's had 5 today. Can she make it 4 in a row here at the 8th and extend her lead? It's always going to be a tall order to that pin from longer range. The error is really lying in the second and third shots.
Yeah, that's really disappointing when you've got an iron in second shot to a par 5 when you've just made 3 on the trot as well. You sort of, you know, maybe you get a little bit ahead of yourself, think, oh, aye, make eagle here. All of a sudden I'm 5 under. I'm out in front by quite a few, but well, that's No, maybe that's my fault, not hers.
Oh, you've been in this position so many times, though, before, Trish.
Yeah, not at 19. I didn't even turn pro at 19. Incredible, just incredible.
There's a scorecard there, littered with red, more red than grey already so far today for Ataya Titikum. Still got 10 holes left to play. She leads by 1 over Inji Chun and Jonglin Lee. 6. That's a good 2-putt from Inji. Gave it a chance on the way by. So it's just interesting talking to Dean this morning, and they're so aware of the likes of Jin Young Ko that they could come through the fields, you know, but now you've got Titigan in the mix as well. This is a class act today.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if one more of these goes in, have Brooke Henderson on your heels as well.
Yes.
Disappointing after that tremendous shot in.
She makes the turn in 32, 4 under par. Still a very nice move from the Canadian.
Those are the ones you like. Thank you very much.
She joins the lead with the easiest of 2s, Jonglin Lee, 6. Well, there's a lot of movement today, keeping us busy. How fun it is for us to watch. And with that, she draws up alongside Ataya Titigan at 14 under par here in round 4 from Singapore. What a joy it is to see the best players in the world playing exactly so, up to the calibre that we've grown to expect here in the HSBC Women's World Championship.
And this is moving down the fairway. It's going to have plenty of length on it.
I won't see too many take driver. From its normal length, it's around about 270 down that left-hand side, maybe even 280 to get yourself into some real trouble. Fairway, the right half of this fairway kicks quite dramatically down to the left as well, Trish.
Yeah, very much so, but certainly you're getting up there today and thinking, right, this is a definite birdie chance. Maybe even an eagle chance. Nothing happening for her at the moment. And you'd almost sort of look at her and think, she's playing quite poorly. But 7 pars, you know what she's like. She's the type, this would be a perfect example. Just the type of player, one really good shot, 20 feet, knock it in, eagle, back in.
Yeah, she really does have that ability to spark her around with something. So all 3 players here taking driver. And you could see they actually got it further down, you know, kind of past the trouble on the left. So they are bringing it into play with this. This is an aggressive play. All 3 safely on the fairway. So our final group has made their way to the 8th. It's playing 450 yards today. Thread the needle with the drive, Trish.
Yeah, absolutely. The fairway slopes a little right to left. You lay up, well, it's not a layup today because it's only 450. So you can see those bunkers are where you're aiming. Just comes back a little bit towards the left-hand side. I mean, there's water on the left, but there's quite a lot of distance, actually, before the semi-rough and actually going in the water. There's at least 10 yards, so that shouldn't really come into play. But the second shot today, well, this is an eagle chance with this pin position. And it's on 29, 8 from the left, and it all funnels down from the right-hand side. Big heavy rough up on the right there. We saw Titical up there, didn't get a very good connection. So you don't really want to be just that front right side and just let it come round. And it's a really good birdie chance. Well, it's a massive birdie chance, but it is an eagle chance today.
Playing like a hard par 4 right now, averaging 4.27.
Just look at that leaderboard now. I mean, that is stunning, isn't it?
It's the who's who of golf. So many of those players on the left have spent time in the top 10 in the world, let alone the front page of the top 10 here at the HSBC Women's World Championship. This hole has a really different complexion today. We've seen some big numbers being made on 8. We won't see that here in the final round. It is a definite birdie chance. But let's go up 1 to 9 with Danielle Kang. Another fairway finder off the tee. Up to the elevated green here.
This is a pretty easy pin position. It's bang smack in the middle of the green. 25 on. I mean, it's about as friendly as you're going to get. There's not too many of those out there today.
And that was superb.
It's a golf swing I'll never tire of seeing. Beautiful striker of the golf ball, Minjee Lee. Thank you. Nice one, Minjee.
It was voted as the best swing on tour
Was it?
by the players.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The players voted about 5-6 years ago now. That's a great shot in just after the turn.
Yeah, 9's a very generous fairway. I don't think I've seen anybody miss this fairway this week.
No,
you shouldn't do, really.
If you miss it, you've earned it.
Yeah, that's true. Nothing happening much for Amy today. She's another one, though. She's one of those streaky players. She gets one going, can really fire in a few birdies. She loves playing out here.
It's a good lie, it seems, for Jin Young Ko. The pin's just, you can see the red triangle, the HSBC sign in the back. The pin's not far off that line. There's kind of a front right plateau and then a lower left section, so you can kind of ride that right hand side just on the right edge of that bunker most players will be aiming at.
Yeah, you kind of get the feeling this is a big shot in the big scheme of things, and she doesn't like it. Not been going left, surely. Oh. Well, it did go left, but it's miles over the cabbage, so none too chuffed, but she'll have a chance of getting up and down from there. Dave's definitely trying to tell you, no, you'll be fine. It's all good, all good.
What kind of conversations are they having? You know, trying to keep the player calm, trying to give them a little nudge every now and then to kick off?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to know your player. You know, sometimes people need a kick up the backside. Other times they need a sort of, you know, an arm around the shoulder. It just depends. I would imagine that being the world #1, she doesn't need a lot of mollycoddling.
Come out pretty low there and hot for Inji Chun. That's going to scamper on through, and that bunker doesn't have a lot of a lip on it, which over the years we've seen it just play in the minds of the players ever so much.
She's on a little bit of an upslope though, so I mean, it's not easy. It's not the ideal place to be by any stretch of the imagination, but you should be able to get it within a few feet.
That's it. Good for target? Yeah. Okay, trust it. You got it.
Voice of David Buhai there. Trust it, you've got it. There you go. That's what a caddy says.
That's it.
He's a good guy. Really good guy.
They really enjoy each other's company, these two. They get along well.
Yeah, I rode back in the car with them yesterday, and I was a bit surprised actually how much they did have to say to each other, considering sort of a bit of a language barrier. I can't understand Dave at the best of times.
Second shot on the way for our co-leader. And that's a familiar position. We've seen that spot before. It's going to be an eagle putt to come for Jong-un Lee 6.
Well, the Thai phenom continues her march back up to the clubhouse. This is the 9th. Wonderful drive, long off the tee. Big advantage for her under these cool and wet conditions, so she's able to throw it at the pin, but that just coming up a fraction shy and short. Still a chance of a birdie. She's set the golf course alive in this final round. 5 under the car, making her moves.
This for birdie for Minjee Lee after the lovely shot in. Steps it in. So she's to 10 under par. Her 5th of the round so far today.
Nine players are within 4 of the lead, and the lead is held by Ataya Titikan. This to take sole possession once again. Jong and Lee 6 also on 14 under. She really is playing with a maturity well beyond her years.
I think so much of it for Titikan comes from the fact that she's really true to herself, to her own nature. She's quite a fun-loving person, and she said, I refuse not to take that to the golf course. You know, she knows how capable she is, but she's allowing herself to kind of be 19. So what we're seeing, you know, it's just the calibre that she has, you know, that ability to go and hone herself in, focus in these final rounds. She's already the Rolex ranking, you know, 20th player in the world. She's just 19 years of age. She has so much more ahead of her.
And it's interesting because she smiles, and in fact she's using that to her advantage, because the more she smiles around the golf course, you're letting that subconscious, that freedom take over, and just being able to play with the natural flair and talent that she's had that's produced so many wins in her young years.
Very much so. Amy Yang down the hill off the right. Yes!
What a putt from Amy Yang. And so she moves to within 2. Birdies on 8 and 9, closing out with a score of 3 under, covering the front 9. There's a lot of time for negative self-talk in this game. You can't afford any of that in the final round. Oh, this is a tough shot for Ko.
You see that quite often. Whenever there's not a lot of lip, I think more often than not you see people come up short because they just have a tendency to slow down a little bit through the ball. There seemed to be a lot of sand in there as well on the way through. We haven't had that much in too many of the bunkers. Just trying to drift this one in at 10. Hannah Green pins over in a little bowl on that right-hand side.
She might not have the ideal tee shot, but she's got the ideal line from it coming in. Gives herself a chance to get near the flag. Pin height.
This is also difficult now for In-Ji Chun. It's going to be quicker from this angle than where Jin Young Ko was. Run straight away from her. So look how much she's fanning open that club face.
Not really a place to leave it, to be honest. I think she could have done a little bit better than that, but not a great deal more. It's a really difficult shot. The errors in the second shot, you know you can't go big.
There's a big difference there if it runs in with pace or just trickles in as well, whether you're on the downslope or the up.
It's a great putt from Kang. And so Kang now, after hitting an absolute perler into the heart of the green at 9, goes out in 32. She's lurking, only 1 behind.
She's a lurker again.
Oh,
hey? You love those lurkers.
She left Ollie Brett hanging there, chose Amy Yang.
Brooke Henderson's second approach shot into 10. She is all over it today. Absolutely all over it. She plays the back 9 the way she plays the front, or played the front, and she gets the blade going. Do you know what's brilliant about this tournament? I have not seen a women's event for so long. Who's going to win it? In the back 9, you've got 6, 7, 8 players. That makes it so much more exciting. It's flipping brilliant.
7 players within 3 shots. This is one of them. She has a share of the lead on 14 under. And this is a huge opportunity now. An eagle putt awaits Lee 6 from across the green at 8. It's a great run. Good putt, confident stroke.
Gave it every chance.
Wow, this is going to be a tantalising back 9. Strap yourselves in, we're in for a ride here. Jin Young Ko is going to have her work cut out. Only even par today, that's the best she can muster so far. We know how good she is on the back 9, but these players
If they keep on producing the goods, I'm going to start running away from her, and it's going to make it a tough assignment.
Yeah, you're absolutely bang on, Kate. And I think she's got a very makeable birdie putt here, the type that we would normally almost give her. So yeah, she's got to make her move soon. Inji Chun for birdie. From about 15 feet. She's got the pace, the line, hit it. So many times we've seen that this week. Just in the jaws. Just a tad more pace would have kept it on line. She's a cool character. Doesn't get upset by much.
No, she's very even keeled. And always seems to be pretty optimistic as well. Something that Titikin's not short of.
Well, how about that for a front nine? 31 out. That is impressive. Is she the player to beat? Taya Titikin marches to the 10th, has a share of the lead, 14 under par.
A little off the right here for Hannah Green. Just gave it a little bit too much credit.
She's got that fed up walk. It's almost, oh, for goodness sake. How many more times am I going to just miss? You love players' reactions.
There's no fed up walk going on here for Jin Young Ko. This now for Ko. And it's the first birdie of the day for the world #1, and she moves to 12 under in the red.
That's a big deal, that birdie. You know, it's kind of a given birdie when you look at the stats. 4.25, I think now it's averaging. But if she'd missed it there, she would have felt really flat.
Yep. Yeah, the momentum puff taken out of her sails, but that's not the case. Henderson's on the move as well. Good opportunity at 10.
Again, just lacking pace. Good line.
Hot 6. That's what's on her yardage chart. It's been 3 birdies on the bounce for Lee 6, and she now has the outright lead on 15 under par. Head off to the 9th hole, but this is the state of play. How good is the scoring on this final Sunday? Look at the numbers under par in their final rounds. Titikin 5 under, covering the front 9 in 31 strokes. Ailin Kim, former US Open champion, well, she's inserting her name into the conversation. She finds herself 5 back as she's already negotiating her way on the back 9. But where is the challenge going to come from? Can the youngster manage to keep up and win her first time, or will Lee 6 prevail in Singapore?
Nice little nudge back onto the short grass for Danielle Kang. You really do want to be down that left side of the fairway if you can. If you are going to find the rough, the left is better than the right. Right takes you over the bunker to the pin, and you've just got so little control just with that angle alone.
It's a generous tee shot, this one, though. Very wide fairway, hitting downhill. Looks nice to the player. No real trouble anywhere. Not much run, as you can see.
It's about a half and a half with the driving holes, isn't it? In terms of there are generous ones, and there's a couple where you really need to be quite precise.
Yeah, I mean, I think just in general in this golf course, you look at sort of maybe 7 or 8 holes and you think, yeah, right, they're definite birdie chances. And there's the par 3s, none of which I think are particularly easy birdie chances. But the par 4s, par 5s definitely are. Yeah, you just got to be careful. really think it's interesting watching her backswing. I mean, as a young player, you think of a 14-year-old, the first part of her backswing, she really keeps the club face very, very shut, and it's a very, very strong move. Now, obviously, if you're doing that, keeping that shut, you really have got to make sure that when you're coming down, you are rotating very much to make sure the club face stays square. But it makes it such a strong action for such a young kid.
This is what they are all playing. The beautiful HSBC Women's World Championship Trophy. The tournament began in 2008, and what an illustrious honour, call it, has had the number of champions that have lifted the silverware over the years, from the great Lorena Ochoa all the way through to players like Stacey Lewis, Michelle Wee.
Drivers coming down the right-hand side, and that's heading towards the fence of the practice range. I think it's just pulled up short.
We will find out. But that was the loosest swing by a large margin of the day for Jong-Un Lee 6.
Second of these players, Jin Young Ko. Just coming off that first birdie of the day. Will that get something kick-started with her on this, heading towards the back nine? Yeah, and that's just coming right centre, and it'll be in good shape. Good angle into this elevated green.
Interesting how much higher the ball flight was there. 89 in the apex, 63 it was on the third hole. Well, it was slightly uphill, but so's number 9.
Inji Chung just walking up to her tee shot here on 9. Still can't sight these players in front of us. Just got to find the fairway here. It is really crucial. And that is going to do exactly that. Yeah, nice drive down the middle.
On a rope, straight up the centre of the fairway on 9 for Inji Chun, but Lee 6 carved it well right. An unforced error from the South Korean. She has the lead by 1. It's musical chairs at the top of this leaderboard.
And this hole, 10, runs parallel to 9, just behind Danielle Kang. It's just a slightly hanging lie, but she won't mind that. She's not going to be pleased with that, however. That's a no-no. That is a deep bunker. And that's just a straight execution error. These things happen. I always think, Trish, you know, in a final round, you just want to have ticks in the plans. You know, you're going to miss shots, but make sure that your plan is good every single time, and your commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a very poor swing from Danielle. In one place, you know, she's not trying to start it there. She's missing her sort of target line for nearly at least 6 or 7 yards, I'd say. You're trying to bring that in left or right and just let the slope bring it round. Yeah, again, just watch this backswing, this club face, how shut it is, how strong, more to the point. Very different to the way it used to swing years ago. Club face used to be much squarer on the backswing, but now I think it's why they hit it so far as well.
Yeah, is it about getting those extra yards off the tee?
Yeah, I think it's just a different way of swinging. It's more about staying on top of it, getting the club face sort of squarer, and you know, keep it squarer and turn more. Use your core, use your body more, and keep the club face almost squarer back and through. And it's such a strong motion. It's quite simple as well, I guess, in a way.
It's all about the balance, isn't it? You know, you balance the shut club face with the open, fast body.
Absolutely. But you know, Dustin Johnson kind of move, but not quite as strong. He's quite a strong bloke, really.
Yep. If anything, yeah, that's all it is.
Inji
Not much.
Is going to be the first of these
Try
players to
draw
go.
like side. Perfect.
155 is the figure. I can tell you that Lee 6 is actually okay. Up the hill all the way. Pinned well back on the left-hand side. Now that is just drifting a little to the right.
Dean said to aim at the Rolex sign behind the green on 9, her caddy. The line was good, needed a little bit more welly. A bit more oomph.
Wow, that's it's not the nicest looking shot I've ever seen. I think she's probably got a little bit more room than you'd think, but oh dear.
And that hasn't got any easier for Kang. Still in the sand at 10.
Well, as you can see, Lee 6 here has a clear swing, although the ground is a bit sticky. Ball's above her feet. 149, she's on the 7. Contact's pretty good. Line is excellent. Oh, that's a very good result.
You know, sometimes you just got to get lucky as well, and there is a cart path there, and that ball bounces on the cart path. That's OB over the back to the tee, and all of a sudden she's got a birdie putt, and wow, that is a massive, massive stroke of luck.
She got away with it and has taken full advantage of it as well.
But from the centre of the fairway, Jin Young Ko, 145 to get it all the way back to that pin, going with an 8 iron. Just slightly right of the flag.
Oh, that's a great approach from Ko. It's been a sluggish start for the world number 1. Her first birdie came at the 8th hole. Could she go back to back here at 9? Giving herself a really good look at it. 3 behind.
Well, round 2. I don't think this has got an awful lot easier. Not really on an upslope, or maybe a tad actually. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
So a couple of moments ago, she was almost on the unraked sand over in that little pocket of the bunker as well. Now Amy Yang from distance up over a ridge off the right.
Good for pace. Good putt from Yang. She's holding on. She's not going to go anywhere quickly. She's trailing by 3 right now. What magic can she produce on the back 9?
It's one of those golf courses for me, Trish, and given it's your first time here, I'd be curious to see some fresh eyes on it. But I think if you throw 100% at this golf course, or try and throw 120% and chase after it, it just bites back. You've got to be somewhat measured in your attacks. Even on some of the par 5s, there's still numbers to be made.
Absolutely, I think very strategic to say the least. Yeah, I kind of said earlier that I think there are certain birdie holes that you can, and there are certain driving holes especially that you can sort of let loose on, and there are others that you just can't, and you've just got to be very sensible. But I just think, I mean, we've seen today Titikun's putting is, and I have rarely seen greens this good. I looked at them when I was doing on Tuesday and thought, my word, if you get your eye in this week, you can hold it from anywhere. If you've got the good reads, they're just sensational.
She's been a green hitting machine this week, certainly in rounds 2 and 3, 16 out of 18. There's the stats to write home about for Titikun, and has this chance now to move to 15 under and once again join Jong-un Lee 6 at the top. Oh!
She did very little wrong with that. Had a really lovely holding pace on it. Missed on the high side if you're going to. She's got a better chance of dropping. You can see why she liked the look of it. Understandably so.
Responding to the pressure of being in the final group, she only finds herself 1 adrift, but putting in quite a performance for the 19-year-old. Remember, she's only 19.
Inji Chun, the first of these players with a birdie putt, and they're all very realistic birdie putts here. So anything could happen in this final hole of the front 9.
Solid par.
She'll stay 2 back, the overnight leader.
You have to assume this breaks right to left with that massive great marker there. Indeed it did. Oh, that's a horror. Horror start to the back 9.
Could that cost her the championship? She was within 2 standing on the 10th tee, has now tumbled down to 4 adrift for Danielle Kang, paying the price on 10 with a wayward approach.
Up the hill at 11, Brooke Henderson. One-handed, not very happy with it. Pins 13 on, 4 from the left. Really tricky pin to get to today. This is 424-yard par 4, pretty much uphill a bit, so no one's coming in there with a short iron. So that pin is a shocker. Good luck getting close to that today.
That would be one well-earned birdie if you can find one. That's a putt, good 2-putt from long range with some elevation change there at 10 for Amy Yang.
If Lee Six could manage to hold this will be some sort of birdie. The way she's playing, nothing would surprise you. Oh, not to be. But she did get out of jail a little bit coming up this hole. It was, could have gone terribly pear-shaped.
Well, what she will know is that she has the lead with 9 holes remaining in this HSBC Women's World Championship, and she heads off to the 10th. We're going to jump ahead to the 11th hole now and join Hannah Green. Can't be long. Wow. Boom, but you can nearly try and hold it, and that's what Hannah Green did just then. Oh, she would have loved how that shot looked from where she was standing.
That was her max yardage on that. You saw how much speed she came through, and that's such a luxury to a pin like that, where you can launch it up high, you can chase after it, it'll come down nice and soft like it did for Hannah, rewarded with a birdie chance.
Yeah, she can get it out there, can't she, off the tee?
Yeah, she's certainly improved that sector of her game. The last 2 years in particular, gained about 15 yards off the tee as well.
Ko trying to stay within striking distance, needs this to close the gap. The margin is 3 right now.
It took her all the way to the 8th hole to make her first birdie, this to go back to back.
That is an excellent putt from the world number 1. So Ko starting to make moves. Birdies on 8 and 9. She's waking up.
Oh, I love watching her. She's a genius. Absolutely brilliant. Does nothing. It's like she's been fast asleep for an hour and a half, and then all of a sudden, okay, I better wake up. Yeah, okay. A couple of birdies, and all of a sudden she's within 2. Oh, this is brilliant. What a great back 9 this is going to be.
Certainly is. Jin Young Ko announces herself on the front page, courtesy of those 2 birdies on 8 and 9, and all of a sudden finds herself trailing by just 2 shots. The 11th hole, a fairway that slopes considerably from right to left. Take it up the right-hand side. Gravity take over and the slope and bring you back down to centre of the fairway. Can't be too far right, you're going to be blocked out by trees.
This is a strong hole. 11 and 12 are really strong holes. There's parts of the course where you walk away with 2 pars and you're thrilled with it, even for someone playing as well as a Taya Titikin.
She's hit that way up the right-hand side there. Will not be an easy shot. Trees up the right there. Definitely going to be in her way. Let's see what she's like when she's got a bit of trouble ahead of her. It'll be fun to see how she plays that shot.
Yeah, I'm curious as to whether or not she'll be able to hold the green from over there as well, because everything short of that green, if you try and kind of punch it under any kind of foliage, everything just kicks so far to the left.
I think that's one of the improvements Danielle's made as well. is, you know, she's a bit feisty to say the least. You make double bogey and pretty much play yourself out of the tournament, but she looks pretty cool out there, even though she's just messed up.
Glad you can join us for the ride that is the final 9 of this HSBC Women's World Championship. Have a look at this stacked leaderboard. It is littered with major champions, teenage phenomenons, and LPGA winners. It really is anyone's game. Where's the challenge going to come from? Can never rule Jin Young Ko out of the proceedings.
Big wide fairway, you should have no trouble finding it, and this has absolutely split the centre. Jin Young Ko.
So putting down the hill for her birdie at 11, Brooke Henderson. Gave it a good look.
She was stray off the previous one. Now she'll stray here too. We're going left this time. This is not going to pick up this wide fairway. So for the second time in a row, coming out of the rough.
If you are going to err on either side, left is absolutely the way to go. The only question is whether any of the trees down that left-hand side will come into play. But they're much smaller than the ones on the right.
Opens up the green.
And this is the place to be. This one moving down the centre. It'll just drift a little bit to the right, but it'll be in good shape.
That's what she needs to kind of get back to doing, Inji Chun. She's hit a couple of fairways in a row now and just build that kind of confidence after being a little shaky off the tee in the first 5 holes. 6 even. Got a lot of club in here for Danielle Kang, and this is not the green to do it as well. Upturned saucer, raised, both of those things kind of work against you, let alone when they're there together at the same time. It's pitched into the upslope there. I wonder if it's going to stay or whether that's going to keep trickling back down, because it's quite a steep front to this green.
That's where this back 9 could be a real challenge for Kang. Not the longest player in this on this front page of the leaderboard, so having to go into par 4s with hybrid clubs, and when they're difficult holes like 11, that could be the difference. You can see there Amy Yang with that extra advantage of distance off the tee. A mid-range iron for the South Korean, able to get more height, more control. Apart from Hannah Green, it is a difficult hole to get close into. It's an excellent par 4 and no bunkers around the green, but plenty of problems if you veer left.
Well, no one's taking aim for the pin with the type of club that they have. She was much further forward, and so she had a shorter club in, so she could afford to be more aggressive, but they certainly can't. So the ball slightly above the feet. You can see she's got a decent enough look at the pin, but she will need to fade this. It's so easy to push these for Ataya Titikin.
We talked about how difficult it was a moment ago about if you tug it left, have a look at that up and down she's facing. Where's she going to land that ball? Because there's a considerable slope back up to the green on 11. Hard to tell from the TV angles, but it's not going to be easy for Ataya at 11.
No, that's horrific from where she is. Let's jump a couple forward to Shiyu Lin at 15. And in the meantime, she's 4 under par for her round today. And all the way back, you can get a little assist off that slope. If you go left of this pin today, I can assure you, you didn't mean it. You've got so much helping you. Just working its way back there. Nice shot in. Chance for another.
Well, the obvious issue here is on this right-hand side. Of course, bringing it straight in over the top of the bunker. Pin tucked tight right. Now it's 148 yards to get it to the pin. A little bit of breeze swirling. That's what they're thinking about. You know, every now and then it stops and then it swirls again. When it does come up, it comes up from nearly a different direction each time. So a little bit of a fluky wind, but this is with 8 iron for Jin Young Ko. Coming off back-to-back birdies on 8 and 9. Keeping that well left off the pin.
Safe, conservative approach from Jin Young Ko. Hold a couple of long putts on the back 9 yesterday. Bit of an unforced error from the world number 1.
I like what you got. The guy in the red shirt up on the hill there. Great line.
Let's hope he doesn't move.
He just has, Kate. I was watching him. He's moving left, and that's not ideal. Now, this is just 1 yard closer at 147. Again, need to bring it straight in over the top of this bunker. Pins tucked tight, and again, this is going well left too. He's gone after the guy in the red shirt.
Well, that was a little bit wayward. It's interesting, Dean Herden's always done that. We've got used to following him because he was the caddy for Jin Young Ko when she won the Australian Open a couple of years ago. He caddied for Inji Chun when she lifted the US Open Championship. So a hugely seasoned caddy, and he always seems to pick out a target behind the pin for the players to aim at. I'm surprised he hasn't caddied for Lee Six. Maybe he has.
I think he's caddied for everyone, hasn't he? Lee Six is on the left-hand side here. The ball's actually laying really well. She's got a good angle in here. Just takes a bit of that bunker out, has a better look up the green. 145. And that's with 9 iron. And it's just trying to work its way a little left again towards the centre.
The closest of the 3. And a chance, not going to be an easy putt. It's a relatively flat green at 10.
She's putting from kind of the top lip of the bowl there as well, of that little section, that it will be by far and away the most straightforward of all of those 3 to come. This from short of the green for Danielle Kang.
And her short game has deserted her on 10 and 11. Oh, it's a great hole, the 12th. Very difficult par 4. Ball well above her feet for Minjee Lee to a back pin. Only snuck on the right-hand side, but, well, this is clever. This is really clever from the Australian. Working with the slope of the green and nestling up to within practical gimme range on 12. That will be an excellent 3 for Minjee. Minjee currently in a tie for 8th on 10 under, 5 behind.
Bit of a spongy lie here for Titikin. She's taking the high route, just trying to play it almost like a bunker shot. That is majestic from where she was.
It's about as close as she could get, because anything shorter and that would kick off right. Had to get it onto the putting surface to give herself a chance, but you can sometimes be just a little bit too cute trying to force the issue. Can't bump and run it up these slopes. That's not the play here. There's too much of a slope and it's too sticky. We're in the tropics.
No, and that's twofold as well, because when you have those kind of heavier lies as well, the grainy grass really grabs the ball. So you do need a certain amount of speed through the ball. So it's about the bounce, but it's also about trying to make decent contact. We're down green side with our final group at 10.
For those of you joining us and having a look at this leaderboard, what do you think? Where's the challenge going to come from? Have a look at the names that are all lining up, hoping that their name will be etched into the trophy come Sunday afternoon.
And treated to some fabulous golf so far. Plenty of birdies. The top two players are 9 under combined in their final round. And they're not going anywhere fast. But Jin Young Ko, she's just starting to warm up. Sluggish out of the starting block. Has a chance to make it 3 birdies on the trot here for the world #1. But this one is from long range. It's going to test her putting skills.
I think if she were to hold this and make it 3 in a row, Kate.
Pretty predictable for the first part, then down and to the left with the second. It's a good read. The last thing you wanted was to race that one by and have a 3-footer, which is quite tricky to read from the other side of the pin. So let's jump up to Amy Yang at 11. Not far away from where Brooke Henderson was about 20 minutes ago. Good roll on that one for Yang.
Inji Chun, this is another long range birdie putt. I'd like to ignite a little spark on this back 9 if this were to go in. See it running down that ridge.
Oh, it was a very good try from the leader, and Inji Chun. Well, she is trying to make inroads on that lead. She's currently 13 under par. That's going to be another par for the South Korean. Trying to stay within striking distance.
So this part for Danielle Kang. She get herself out of jail with the putter this time round. It's been a little clunky the last 2. Another one drops there. And 3 shots gone since she's made the turn.
All these shots becoming oh so crucial now. And that is a very, very good 3 from Minjee Lee at 12. Major champion last year, the Mundi Evian Championship. Came from 5 behind to lift the trophy. She's got the game, but so have plenty of others. Now the leader, Jong-un Lee 6.
Giving herself another good opportunity for birdie. 2 straight tee shots the last 2 holes. But both times she's put herself in a good position on these greens. Very tricky putt this. There's a lot of swing at the back right of the screen.
That one's just trickled away from a good illustration of how much slope there is right around that hole. What's the body language in this group like, Sandy?
Well, not much has really changed, to be terribly honest. They still seem fairly relaxed. I'm still seeing officials out here, so assuming that they are on the clock, we're a good hole, clear hole behind the group in front. So, but it doesn't seem to be worrying anybody too much. It just seems very relaxed, and you know, no stress. Not seeing any stress on any faces at this point. She's been very impressive, Lee 6. Really strong player, aggressive. Had the enjoyment over these last 4 days of seeing some players we haven't seen, I haven't seen a lot of for a while, and I'm loving the sort of cavalier way they're playing these days. Aggressive, having a bit of a go. So it's been a lot of fun, a lot of talent out here.
Did you not used to play that way, Sandy?
And no problems, it's a par for Jin Young Ko, and she'll march to the 11th hole, trailing by 2. Currently 2 under. Is she going to make her move on the back 9? We know it's the 9 that suits her. What a good 4 this will be. That is an exceptional up and down from the teenager.
It's going to be her best par of the day. I don't even have to see what comes. I'd be amazed. if there was anything better than that. What an up and down.
What a pleasure it is to have your company for this final rounds coverage of the HSBC Women's World Championship. We are on Sentosa Island at Sentosa Golf Club, and the Tanjong course plays host to the very best in the women's game. 65 players teed it up Thursday morning, and we're now coming to the crunch end, the pointy end of this championship, affectionately known as Asia's Major. The 18th hole. What drama will unfold over the next couple of hours as we embark on the back nine? Here is the state of play. It's been an electrifying start. Birdies dropping from all corners, but it's Jong Eun Lee 6 who holds a slender one-shot lead over her nearest challengers. She's 4 under par through 10 holes. But the youngster, Atthaya Thitikul, what a round she's compiling. Went out in 31. 5 under in her final round campaign and just got up and down on 11. Touch of a magician. She stays within touch. It's going to be all to play for. Plenty of highlights out on the golf course. Ali, take us through some of them.
Yeah, there's been a lot happening, hasn't there, already today. Inji Chun, she picked up a birdie at 2, pars at 3 and 4, and then in that one went at the par 5, 5th hole.
Minjee Lee's eagle putt at number 8. This was absolute beauty. Just coming up slightly shy. Easy birdie.
The 7th hole, and Atthaya Thitikul. What a final round she's putting together. Birdies at 2, 3, 5, 6, and that at 7. That was the 5th birdie of the day.
Jong Eun Lee 6 currently holds a one-shot lead, so let's paint the picture of how she's got there. This was brilliant. The 6th hole.
Brooke Henderson's hit so many good approach shots yesterday and today. This was the 2nd shot at the par 5 8th. Choking down on one of her favourite clubs. Look at that. What an absolute perler that is.
The par 5 8th hole can't go left. Well, Danielle Kang didn't do that because she had this eagle opportunity at the 8th. And that was to move to 13 under par. She didn't, but she did get to 12 under. And she is in contention.
Amy Yang was paying close attention to her playing partner there. She just missed it on the other side, I'm afraid, but that was a birdie nonetheless after reaching it in 2.
Take a look at this shot. Number 7, Jung Young Lee, the 6th. Look at this, all over the flag. In fact, how does that not go in?
Just broken the ends for birdies at 6 and 7.
Well, we've been rewarded with so many good shots. Great approach into 10 for Minjee Lee, and she moved to double digits under par, 10 under.
Amy Yang, she'd been in a little bit of a holding pattern, was hitting lots of greens, but not necessarily holding lots. But that one did drop for her at 9, back-to-back birdies into the turn.
Danielle Kang hit an absolute beauty in here. Just a couple of feet, no problem whatsoever for birdie.
Par 5, also with an eagle opportunity, was Jong Eun Lee 6. Lee 6. It was a great putt. Just going with a bit too much pace to go in for the eagle, but it was a birdie.
From the sand to there for Jin Young Ko, her first of the day after 7 consecutive pars.
Now, after a disastrous 2nd shot on 10, bunker shot, she left in the bunker. That was for bogey, double bogey on 10 for Danielle Kang.
Beware the sleeping giant, because Jin Young Ko has started to make moves. The world number 1 opened her account with 7 straight pars, but birdies at 8, and that one at 9, and she finds herself only 2 back.
Yep, she's waking up as well, and we've made our way to the 11th, Trish.
Yeah, slightly uphill tee shot. Fairway slopes a little bit from left to right. You don't want to hit it down that right-hand side because that big tree there, that's going to be in your way. Although today the pin is 4 from the left, so you might just get away with it. No bunkers up around this green, so if you do miss it, you're going to fall off into a lot of different slopes, and it's a really difficult up and down. This is one of those holes you make 4 and get out of dodge.
How good was the up and down from Ataya Titikan moments ago?
Just a little bit of breeze blowing here at the moment. Not too much, but it's not going to affect Jin Young Ko because, again, she has split the centre of the fairway.
Nice drive down the 12th for Hannah Green. Pin's tucked in that back right section today. Just over that ridge. She's landed that too soft, if you can believe it. 9 times out of 10, that's going to take a much bigger bounce than that. Just pitched into the grain. An extra foot, and that would have been lipping out.
Lee Six has a little bit of breeze behind her. Now here is another straight tee shot. This is going right and a long way right, and this may bring that huge big tree up near the green into play.
Anything slightly right will be blocked out by those trees. And for the second time in as many holes, Lee Six has carved it right. She did so on the 9th, once again on the 11th.
Henderson's second shot to 12. She's hit so many good approach shots. She's hit every fairway as well, to be fair. She's coming from the perfect position, and it's another absolute stunning iron shot.
Again with a little bit of a helping tail breeze, just starting this right centre, bringing it back right into the centre of the fairway, so she'll have a good view of this very tough front left pin on 11.
Well, the class is rising to the top. The question is, who will lift the silverware at the end of the day? Ataya Titikan, Lee Six, all of these players are vying for the title. In-Ji Chun, a 2-time major champion, she won't go away in a hurry. And Jin Young Ko really is starting to grind her gears and produce the goods that has seen her rise to the very top in the women's game. The #1 player on the planet. And she is looking for win number 6 in 10 starts. A remarkable achievement it would be, but Lee Six would like to spoil her party.
Well, she's got 173. That tree is in line. She is up and over. Oh, no, she's not. It's going to get caught up. Gee, how did she get out of jail with that?
Oh, that is a massive break. She's gotten away with a couple. Think back to the drive on 9 that was way out to the right. That one is in the worst spot you could think of, and she's just managed to find the green.
So more conventionally from the centre of the fairway, In-Ji Chun, 169. She's also going with 5-iron. Pretty much guarantee these players will play just a fraction right of this tight left pin. That one is leaking fairly well right side of the green. That should pick it up. Long putt though.
Well, that's going to be slippery from back there. That is not an easy 2-putt. You can see they know it.
Much the same distance. Now 154. She's going to take one less, Jin Young Ko. She's going with 6-iron. Try not to get it all the way to the back of this pretty treacherous green if you're beyond the flag. Good solid contact. Just a little to the centre of the green. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Third appearance at this championship for Jin Young Ko. Her best finish is a tie for 3rd in 2019. Only 26 years old. World is her oyster.
This is just going to break from the right-hand side. She got the pace to keep it up there. No, and the jaws short again. Come on, Hannah. Oh, she's going to be kicking herself when she gets in these putts. Playing great, tee to green.
great illustration. 3 under par, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. There's easily 4 chances that she's had that haven't dropped today.
Has birdie every day at the 12th for Brooke Henderson. That ends with a par now. One of the hardest holes on the golf course. She hits it so close. I mean, how good is her ball striking, Trish, and her talent with the driver and also the irons?
It's a very individual swing, there's no question about that, but she gets everything. I mean, she hits it long, she can hit it high with her irons. It's just all about the putting, really.
Yeah. Ball striking and a hot putter. You're going to need a bit of distance as well on this back 9 if you're going to get round this golf course and lift the trophy at the end of the day. But it's Jong Eun Lee 6, a major champion. The only win she's had on the LPGA Tour. Would dearly love to add another one this afternoon. She has the lead by 1. Danielle Kang's found the fairway at 12. Pin is all the way back, a lot of green to work with.
She's not hit a lot of good iron shots in the last hour or so. It's a little bit unlucky. It's on the perfect line, just needs to release a tad. I think she'll think that's better than it is, because I think that probably looked perfect.
Claire's hit plenty of good irons today.
Oh, you put the right kibosh on her there, didn't you?
Curse of the commentary box. So going to test her short game skills once again, but getting up and down on the previous hole to walk away with a 4.
Coming in, good angle, actually, from the left-hand side. Oh, dear me. I'm giving up. I'm giving up. Okay. Oh, it's on the green. She has got an enormous putt.
Very tricky one to read as well. A bit of slope in that putt for Amy Yang. It's a beautiful golf course. All the players love coming to Singapore. And you can tell just by the quality of the play and the quality of the field. 8 of the top 10 in the Rolex rankings teed it up this morning. We've always been treated to the very best in the women's game coming here to Sentosa. And they are extremely fortunate to play such a championship course, Trish. I mean, you played a lot of golf all around the world, a winner in Europe and on the LPGA Tour, and you have said what immaculate condition the course is presented in. The Rolex rankings, Jin Young Ko, by virtue of those 5 wins in her last 9 starts, sees her sit at the top and enjoy the view. Nelly Korda, a remarkable year last year for Nelly Korda, and that lead and those rankings did change hands a couple of times throughout 2021. But Lydia Ko, wonderful to see the Kiwi back at the top of the game. Was out of the top 50 at one point in her young career, but a win already this season sees her move to 3rd.
This is going to be such a slippery putt. Got to get the pace right. It's continuing on it. Little right to left. Now it's starting to move back. Oh, that is exceptional because that was lively.
Well, they were clapping behind at the 11th green. We were clapping in the commentary box because what beautiful touch.
Yeah, fantastic touch. It was a really, I was going to say slick. Sandy said slippery. Same thing. Really tough putt to judge, but beautiful. Good start to the back 9. 10, 11, 10, 11, 12. Not easy holes.
No, they are the 1st, 2nd and 3rd hardest holes on the golf course today.
Now, after a genius up and down at the last... Oh, hello. Is that as good as I think it is? Oh, it's not bad, you know. She's played that really well. You know, she's got all the shots for a young kid. She really has.
Yeah, part of their game they've been working on with her coach Chris. Hello to him. I know he's enjoying the action back in Thailand, but trying to put more imagination into the short game rather than reaching for the wedge every time.
Yeah, that was a very clever shot.
Across the green here, and just got a little bit too much pace on this. Going to leave this that awkward length for her par.
There are 3 holes playing over their par, and they are 10, 11 and 12. Then get a break on 13 and 14. Birdies on offer, but this, one of the hardest holes on the golf course, and it's made harder by having a long putt, which is what Amy Yang has. And look at the slope on this, how far right she had to aim that.
Yeah, well, that's at least a 20-foot right putt slope, and it's not enough, mind you. She's not had enough pace on it, so it probably was about right, but just needed a bit more pace. Yeah, that's about as tough a lag putt as you're ever going to find on these greens.
Not a lot of break in this putt. It's just going to be about the pace. Oh, it's got to keep going.
Well, you had a feeling, didn't you? You kept watching it thinking, that hasn't got the pace, and it just keeps going and going. And just... oof.
Coming up a hair shy at the 11th for Ko.
Leaving the flag in. Haven't seen her do that before. Well, she knows this breaks considerably from her right, at least 4 feet, I'd say. All about getting the right pace. She started it out. She started out enough. No. It's all going a bit pear-shaped for Danielle at the moment.
Well, it is going to be a par putt for Danielle Kang, but it was a very costly error. On the 10th, a double bogey, left it in the sand green side and walked away with a 6, and then at the 11th dropped another shot. So when you're getting into the pointy end of this championship, as we now are on the back 9, you can't afford to be dropping any shots when you've got major champions ahead of you by a couple of shots who are continuing to put the pressure on and produce the goods.
No, absolutely. E6 for her clean-up par, no problem whatsoever. Not a blemish on that card, which is very impressive last round of a huge tournament like this.
This would be a very good 2-putt for Amy Yang. Needs to wiggle from right to left, and it does. So a putt from a good 70 feet sees Amy Yang scribble a 4. On the 12th, it's not easy, so blemish-free. And it's a cracking hole, the 12th. Elevated tee, really gets your attention.
Yeah, it's an absolute beauty. You're hitting downhill over those trees on the right-hand side. Left-hand side of those trees on the right-hand side is the perfect line. Dogleg to the right, fairway canvas to the left. Bit of a nightmare, but we have seen most of these players pretty much in that landing zone right there. Not too many off the left-hand side. One bunker in front there. Really come into play. Pins 28 on today, 6 from the right. Long green, 36. You don't want to be missing this on the right-hand side, though. And there's that big sort of swale in the middle. So just around, pitch it middle and just let it roll back. Leave yourself 15 feet left of the flag. That was just perfect, thank you.
Little bit of breeze picked up out here, and it's coming into their faces. Now this has missed the tree by a fair bit, heading towards the left side. Whether or not it'll hold the fairway or not, it should do.
First time we've seen her smile in this round. I mean, she's a lovely, lovely person.
You got it.
I saw her at breakfast this morning, and if you think anybody's going to be nervous going into the last round, well, you can't get that amount of food down. It was just a plate full of proper brekkie. I was well impressed.
Lee 6, the second of these players on the tee. She's the longer hitter, so if she can just skirt the left edge of these big bright trees. You're too tight on that right-hand side, or you get yourself a downslope. This is a beautiful looking shot. Big, high shot. It's going to catch the downslope and should hopefully head back towards the centre and get a flattish lie.
It's a confidence builder. Remember, leaked 2 previous tries way right. Smiling, maybe breathing a sigh of relief that that's done and dusted.
Yeah, the last 2 holes you've hit it right and you stand up on 12. You've got a bit of apprehension, possibly.
Minjee Chun, the last of these 3 players. Don't need to go too far over the top of these trees. Just the edge of them will be fine. There's a nice looking shot. Now it's got a little right to left on it, but that's going to be very good.
So all 3 drives away from our final group. Let's see the fans coming out to enjoy the action as well. Pleasure to have your company too. Third shot now for Minjee Lee. This is at the Aon Risk Reward Challenge. Coming from across the green, trying to inch closer. Oh, what touch. What touch from the Aussie.
Fabulous shot. Absolutely superb. Typical for her par. For another really good up and down. Oh, please. Shelling peas, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just so good. You're not seeing a weakness in her game for Atthaya Thitikul. She's rising to the challenge and she only finds herself 1 off the pace on 14 under par. It's been a run of pars. She was on fire on the front 9, going out in 31, really making her presence felt, but she's currently in 2nd position all by herself on 14 under par. Not far behind though, Minjee Chun, and the world #1 is looking good. She's on 13 under.
Par 5 tee shot for Thitikul. She can give it a rip. She'll need to get home in 2 here today. I love that. You know when she hits it like that, she hits it around the right leg, then sort of sweeps up. You definitely know that she's happy with that.
She's hit a lot of golf balls in her time, even though she's only 19. Come from very modest beginnings. Her family will be keenly watching back in Thailand. How proud they must be of their daughter, her performance.
Incredible. Look at her eyes, though. You know, you can tell someone in their eyes whether she knows she's good. You know, I don't mean she's cocky at all. I just mean there's a look there that just sort of, she knows she's going to play well every week. And like I say, she fully expects to win this golf tournament. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Well, you know, world #1 or doesn't matter who they are. She thinks she's the best player out there, and that's half the battle in this game, having the confidence to do that.
Self-belief is crucial because there's a lot of time, Trish, for negative self-talk out on the golf course. You know, Usain Bolt doesn't have much chance during the 100 metres run to question his ability, but you've got 5 hours out on the golf course.
Oh, honestly, golf, I always think golf and snooker, maybe if you throw darts in as well, are the sports that you have all the time in the world to talk yourself into being rubbish, because you're walking and you're not reacting. You're actually acting. Any sport that you react, football, tennis, badminton, all those sort of sports, you don't have time to think about any of that malarkey. But as soon as you come to golf, oh my word, what the brain can do to you.
All sorts of fans are enjoying the golf, and we have our furry friends, the otters. Oh, that poor fish. Oh, hello. Cockerel. And there's our friend Mike, the monitor lizard. Look at him. Oh, he's got a fish as well. Oh, that's a sandy fish there. I'm not sure quite how tasty that is, but he's clearly enjoying himself. beautiful wildlife here at Sentosa Golf Club. They haven't found any snakes yet. This would be good if this snaked in for Henderson. Hold your line, keep turning. In it goes. Oh, Henderson. That is a good 4 at 13. She's only 2 off the pace now. Look at.
Yeah, and that's a necessity. If she wants to contend these last few holes, you've got to make birdie at 13. It's an absolute must.
Especially a player with her distance, and it's going to be a big advantage on 16 with the tee box move forward on that par 5. Couple of holes remaining.
That's from 179 out. Had to keep it low with the 5-iron. Now it's hot. It's got to stop.
Well, Sandy, you weren't wrong there. It did have to stop and it didn't. It's not nice down there.
I shall hot-foot it shortly, Kate, and go and have a look. But first, we have Lee's 6 from the right-hand side. Now, if you don't come all the way down into the centre of this fairway, you're going to have the ball above your feet. 177. That is with 6-iron. And it's got that just leaking a little bit right. And it is not going to pick up the green.
But that approach is going to pick up pace, that's for sure.
Yeah, there isn't a miss here, really, apart from short. You don't want to miss right, but you certainly don't want to miss left because it just goes miles down that bank. Oh for a bunker.
Like, you can't aim for a bunker, there's only one short, isn't it? And that's the thing. You know, it's a great defence of this golf course. All the runoffs, all the different areas that you've got to have a really good short game if you're going to walk away with a 4. Let's listen in.
Angie just a little bit closer at 168. Now she's going with 7-iron. Ball's laying pretty well. Got to bring it straight in over the top of the bunker. What breezes there is coming into her, just drifting a little right of the flag.
Needs to hustle, needs to get a wiggle on. That's going to be a challenging putt. It's going to have a lot of movement from right to left. It will pick up pace as it goes closer to the hole. But she seems unfazed. They all are from South Korea. They've had a golf club in their hands from a very early age. They're also technically sound as well.
Absolutely. Don't have any temper either, do they? God, I think of all of us lot back in the day. How many, God, clubs flying everywhere.
Maybe a few broken clubs in your time, Trish, as we watch Attia Titikan.
That might be a little bit of an error. It's twice she's had an iron in her hand on a par 5, and one on 8 she was actually going for the green and left herself a horrible spot. Up ahead, Minjee Lee for yet. No, this is for par. Came up short of the green, didn't chip very close, and unfortunately, just as she was on a bit of a roll, she's dropped a shot to fall back 4 out the lead, which is, what a bad time to drop a shot, just when you were cruising.
Yeah, the margins are so fine. 1 shot is the difference.
That's still on the left, please.
Daniel Kang went into the bunker off the tee, splashed out to here, so it's going to be a full wedge in, probably even more. That pin is nestled just on the green, front left. 10 on and only 3 paces from the left-hand side.
Yeah, the green does all slope from right to left, so you can just start it just slightly right of it, and then take the slope, bring it round, but she's got plenty of club left in here. You just see how much softer the greens are, Kate. They really are playing a part today. Almost a totally different golf course from yesterday, to be honest. So much release on so many of the shots yesterday.
And when you see the leaders and who's in contention, who's that going to play to the hands of?
Well, personally, I think the longer player certainly helps the longer hitter.
Jin Young Ko is not the longest player out here, Sandy, but she's got a short game she can rely on.
Yeah, well, she's going to need it right now because this is just a horrible shot. Got a little bit of the rough fringe directly behind the ball, just an inch or so. But she's laying on a downslope, heading to an upslope. And as soon as it gets to the top, it's straight downhill again. So you want to be pretty spot on with where this is going to land. But she's the world #1 and she's there for a reason. Bangs it in, that's got to go. Never going to make it. Well, it was always going to be difficult.
Scratching her head. That was never going to jump up as well. You can see the slope just there. It kills it as soon as it lands.
Just out of the left-hand rough. Now this should release. This should make the shot a bit easier. Yeah, perfect. Now maybe she played it there for a reason. Go on, Amy. Kind of a strategic play. Knock it in the rough.
So we can see a lot more aggressive golf on the back nine with these softer conditions. Players flying it directly towards the hole, able to get some check. Let's check in with Alim Kim. It's birdie at 16, sees her move to 11 under par.
Again, just coming out of the right-hand rough might make this shot a little bit easier. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
Well, absolutely no one's had an easy time of it here with these third shots. Next to go. There's going to be Inji Chun from front right. Now she's got quite a climb. And then there's a mound on that right-hand side that's going to move it right to left. Massive breaking putt. And you've got to get the pace right. It's got to keep moving. So it's a pretty good result.
Swings across the hole at the last bit, so it's not an easy putt, but Inji Chun made a rather good fist of that. So she's going to have that to stay at 13 under par. Oh, it's a chance to check in with the great one in B Park, two-time champion here. This would be a nice way to finish at this drop.
Oh, well, I was assuming we were watching that because she was going to hold it. I can't believe it. MB's missed from 35 feet.
It's a solid performance though by Imbi, 8 under par if that goes in. And here is a look at the previous champions. What one do you remember when you joined us in the past? It was originally held at Tanamera Country Club before it moved in 2013 over to 2014 when Paula Creamer held the putt that was heard around the world. That took place at the Serapong course, the other golf course here. And then over the last few years, the Tangjon has been the home.
Well, we saw Titigan hit a better shot than that from pretty much the same place, just played it slightly differently, a bit lower. Let it hit the grass before it hit the green, and that green is so swift down there. And that's left her a fair bit of work.
She's got good memories of this hole from last year, Hannah Green.
That was the shot she holed, wasn't it? That eagle boost. Right into contention she went. Dueling it out with Hyoju Kim about 10 months ago. Chance for birdie to come there. Finishing things off is Inbi Park.
And a solid performance by Imbi. Started with a round of 68, finished with a round of 68. What a player. Hoping to play a full schedule of events in 2022.
Fourth shot for Jin Young Ko. Settle, yeah, it's well done, but yeah, made the big mistake with the second, going all the way over the back here and giving herself just an incredibly difficult pitch. So it is a drop shot.
It's the first of the day as well for Ko.
It's actually the first drop shot she's had on the back nine all week. She's been so solid.
Brooke Henderson, I feel like I'm saying this on every hole, from the middle of the fairway, hitting a flick shot, a pitch shot. Oh, and that's probably the worst outcome she's had in the last couple of hours. Right on line, would have looked good in the air, just come up a tad short. But she's been very impressive today. Good.
Daniel Kang for birdie at 13 off the right. Very quickly, she feels like she's on the outside looking in. She'll tap that one in for par.
Important putt now for Jong-un Lee 6. This to protect the lead. And she does it in style. That's a good up and down. It's a good 4. Left it long and right with the approach. And so she navigates her way around those 3 tricky holes, the 3 hardest holes on the golf course, even par. A good talking to from her caddy, Dave Buhai. Birdie chance now. We've said that many times today for Atthaya Thitikul. This to join the lead on 15 under. Oh, look at the confident stride. She's won around this golf course as an amateur when she won the Women's Amateur Asia Pacific. That was a few years ago. Now she's stepping onto the course as a professional and playing like one too.
Oh, I am into this. This is shaping up nicely for the last 2 hours or so of our coverage. Stacked leaderboard, the best in the game. They're all here. And this for par to stay at 13 under within 2 for In-Ji Chun, our overnight leader. No dramas there.
I think you can see how perfect these greens are. There's so few putts from sort of inside 6 to 8. And when you think from 6 feet on the PGA Tour, 45% is the average, and we're looking at 6. No one's missed a 6-footer today. And I think that does come down not only to the skill of the players, but to the surface that they're putting on.
Yeah, it's an absolute treat to be here. What a leaderboard we have as well. It is full of class, but it's a 19-year-old that has a share of the lead alongside a major champion in Lee 6. Will she be lucky today? Her fan club back home, Lucky 6, they're cheering her on every step of the way. But there's a legion of fans in Thailand as well who will certainly be keeping a very close eye on how Atthaya Thitikul progresses over the final few holes here at the Tanjong course. Brooke Henderson, though, she's not going anywhere. She has a birdie chance at the 14, and she's trying to get close.
It's a birdie for Amy Yang. She draws up alongside Brooke Henderson, In-Ji Chun at 13 under par. She hasn't gone away either. But you are expecting a birdie, really, this calibre of play at 13 to 14.
Brooke Henderson for another birdie. Has it got the legs? No. She might not win this tournament this week, but she'll be really enthused for the rest of the season. If she's going to play like this, she's going to have some wins, and she's going to have a fun year.
Such a consistent performer, and here as well, runner-up in 2018, at 4th place the year before in 2017, 15th the last time round. Obviously, the Sentosa layout just suits her right.
It's definitely, in golf, horses for courses is a huge saying, and it's absolutely spot on. You go to a golf course that you love, you nearly always go back there and play well. Now, Hannah Green, I said a lot of good shots in. She's birdie. This is for a birdie putt on 14. Oh, she's missed it.
She's missed more than a fair share today, hasn't she?
Beyond. She needs to start hitting it to 30 feet, I think, because she's hit it so close on a number of occasions today and just can't get the ball to fall.
Really is a testament to her ball striking. You can see her there at 10 under par, just inside the top 10. This week's Aon Risk Reward Challenge hole is the par 5 13th hole at Sentosa Golf Club, and it provides the greatest scoring opportunity of any hole on the course, making it even more costly for those who are unable to capitalise. Better decisions from the tee are essential to unlocking the scoring value of this bunker line par 5. A staggering 45% of those who hit the fairway are able to go for the green in 2. However, this percentage plummets to under 4% for those who find the bunker. 46% of the field make birdie or better here. The expected strokes gain for those who hit the fairway versus the fairway bunker is a massive 1.36, enough to swing the tournament. In 2021, Hyo-Joo Kim recorded 4 straight scores of par or better on the 13th, including 2 key birdies en route to her one-shot victory here in the HSBC Women's World Championship.
It really is a brilliant hole. It's a great selection of hole as well, the 13th. Ali, you talked about it and the advantages there are to hitting the fairway, and that's evidence. GFG going for the green, and look how much that diminishes if you hit it in that fairway bunker. Well, one of several that line the fairways here at 13.
That's it, 41% the difference really between the opportunity that you can afford yourself just with one shot alone, the tee shot. It all hinges on that. You can see the adjusted expected score much lower as well from the short grass.
Plenty of fairway here, although it is littered with bunkers. You just want to stay out of them. Oh, now this one is heading down the edge of that left line of bunkers, and I can't see it missing.
Can't see anything outside the bunker, so deductive skill sets found the sand.
Well, there is plenty of room out there between all those bunkers, so just got to manage to find some, but Ingy will have no problem here. Nice tee shot. Breeze that has blown up. I don't know what goes on with this golf course, because every time you change direction with the hole, it still seems to be coming into you. Okay, Jin Young Ko coming off that bogey. Yeah, that's a nice drive. Perfectly in the centre.
Great contact from Ko. Perfect line. But we're not seeing many players getting close in 2 because of where the hole location is today on 13, nestled behind the huge bunker. Let's go up to 14. This is a difficult shot because there's just no bunkers, there's no depth perception. You've got to trust your yardage. Daniel Kang will have that dialed in.
It's so tricky where the pin is today visually with the second shot, because it looks like this little right peninsula. She's going to think that's gone further over, I think, than it actually has. She won't be able to see that from there, but it really does go up and over. It's like an elephant's back almost. It feels like the pin's right on the top of it. Let's get back down to the live action with Inji Chun while we can. Split that next centre of the fairway as well. Dean Herden said she made it work quite easy for him yesterday. He was only stepping off, 2-3 from the white dots in the middle of the centre. It's been slightly different today, a little bit more adventurous.
Amy's hitting a lot of shots from just the left-hand rough, just pulling a few of her drives today. She was missing them right yesterday, missing them slightly left today.
Maybe hoping for a little bit more release out of that light rough.
260 plus to get to the front of the screen, so this is just a matter of getting it down the centre, and she's going to do that. It's heading in the direction of the front bunkers, but certainly won't get there.
Hot player on the golf course. She is 6 under today, rising to the challenge. Trying to get it all the way back on 14 to add yet another birdie to what has been a mighty impressive day on the golf course for Atthaya. Has another chance, and that's what she keeps on doing, giving herself these chances, these looks at birdie.
Yeah, it's mightily impressive, really is. And the 2 times that she's been in trouble, she's got up and down from just pretty horrible places. Really impressive.
Lee 6 has found the bunker and is just going to get this down the fairway as far as she can to put herself in range for what is a very difficult pin tucked over those bunkers.
It's great to have the crowds back as well. You know, I can't tell you, you know, Trish, you know how much a difference it makes to the sense of occasion as well on a Sunday.
Yeah, do you know that there's a lot of different feelings, and one of them actually is scoreboard. You know, you know what's going on, whereas when there's no crowds, you're clueless. You know, you can always tell. Oh, look at this, another one, beauty, right in the middle. But yeah, atmosphere. I mean, atmosphere is everything. You play this game. You know, everybody wants to kind of impress whoever is watching. It's the whole part of it. Everybody's a show-off out there. There's no question about it, and they all want to play to a crowd in the nicest possible way.
Okay, well, this is going to be fairly interesting, this pin tucked tight on that left-hand side. Dave just seems to have a fairly lofted club in her hand. Going in there with 8. The line is good, but if it's not too much, needs to settle. Yeah, it was a nice shot in.
I think she's going to be a bit surprised at that. That has flown a long way if she's hit 8 iron there. She's absolutely nutted that. Why do you always nut it when you don't want to?
There are lots of questions without answers in golf.
Oh, sorry, 77. 730 carry. You wanted to carry? Pin's 86.
Dean giving Inji Chun the numbers there. 77 to carry it. Line is good. If the number's good, and it is.
What a shot from Inji Chun. It's a really great opportunity there to walk away with a 4. She is 2 back. That's closing the gap, trying to reduce the margin at the top. Certainly worth another look. 77 to carry, 86 to the pin. And she landed that 85 yards. A hair right, but that is a terrific shot from Chun, putting the pressure firmly back on the shoulders of Lee 6.
At 60 yards with this wedge, needs to stop, get some check, beautifully done.
Yeah, that's interesting because I'm doubtful that she's laid up to 60 yards. She might have, but that's not a normal number for a player because it's not a full shot. And fair play to her. If she's laying up to a half shot, she really is good.
Full shots are just easier to execute.
Absolutely, yeah, because you don't have to think about what length of swing you're getting.
Just less variables, aren't there? So this is greenside at 14 for Danielle Kang, and something that's usually so reliable for her to lean on. She's pretty hot under the collar. Her short game's let her down a couple of times today. She would have been hoping to hole that, and instead she's got a tester for par.
Well, she might be smiling, but through gritted teeth, because her short game has let her down on the back 9 for Danielle Kang. There's nothing wrong with the game of Atthaya Titikan, who has the lead alongside Jong and Lee 6. They are 15 under par, and currently the gap between them and their pursuers is 2 shots. Good to have your company for this final round.
Now, birdie putt on 14, substantially uphill, flag blowing a little bit, so downwind, not much, but a tiny bit. You can just see the grain there, just going with her at the hole, just keep the ball rolling a little bit.
To 15. Brooke Henderson, pin 25 on, 6 off that left edge today. And that's in the sand. It did roll back. You can see it there down closer towards the flat.
It's a chance. She keeps on giving herself plenty of them. Titican at 14. The lead all by herself. Oh, what a good try. Maybe a cast iron 4 for the teenager. So she'll remain at 15 under. 4 holes to play. 2 players locked at the top.
I think it's so important to win early on in your career when you're young, because, I mean, a perfect example was someone like Charlie. Charlie's so much ability, but because she didn't win an awful lot and she had an awful lot of seconds the first few years on tour, you lose that invincibility. When you win straight away, you think, well, this is what I do every week, and it becomes second nature. And that girl definitely, Titican, she just looks to me like she's just second nature to her.
Yeah, talking about Charlie Hull.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. The season-long race to the CME Globe is up and running. Danielle Kang, after the win at the season opener, and also finishing second the week after at the Cambridge LPGA. She sits at the top. That will change throughout the year. A couple of players only just getting their season started. You can see Jin Young Ko not on the front page, but I can't believe we won't be talking about the South Korean throughout this season in the race to the CME Globe, getting her season started this week in Singapore. Good pace. It's going to be a par for Lee Six. Keep her in that share of the lead.
It's a testament to how much it really does hinge on the drive there. All of your scoring opportunity at par 5, you don't say that too often. It can be really polarising. Now Brooke Henderson down short in the sand at 15. Plenty of green to work with.
The one thing we know with this is that you're not getting much check. Oh, that's a... Oh, seriously. We have not seen one ball check up out of the bunker, have we? She's played that too well.
Big putt for Jin Young Ko, trying to close the gap. Rattles that in confidently. There was a drop shot on the previous hole for Ko, but gets one straight back. That bounce back ability.
And these are big birdies for a number of reasons. A, you've got 6 holes left. You don't want to be 3 behind with 6 holes left to play, but also because you're getting back 1 on your playing partner. She's made par, so you actually are very aware of the fact that you've probably made up some ground, and that's a really good feeling at this time of the back 9.
Yeah, it's a bit of a match play situation, really. I mean, it doesn't matter who it is. It might be the other playing partner as well, but you are looking at their score, and you know, you might have been willing them in early doors, but you're not willing them in now.
Well, brilliant. Angie Chun following her in. That is a super 4. She's holding on. This is a player who has the lead. 15 under alongside Attia Titican as they march to the short par at the par 4, the 14th. Well, who's it going to be? It's anyone's game here in Singapore. The scoring is fabulous. 3 players are 6 under the card today on the front page of the leaderboard, but it's 2 players who have a 1-shot advantage over the field, Attia Titican and Jong-un Lee Six.
Should we take a look at the 14th? It is the shortest of the par 4s on this back nine by some 30 yards, in fact. It's playing 357 today. And you'll see a lot of people just lay back a little off the tee. You don't actually want to be too close to this green, especially with that pin today. That would be a nasty shot, although we've been wrong before. It almost looks like it's over on a little peninsula, and it's well guarded in the fact that anything short will stop, anything long, you could get unlucky with a big kick forward. Danielle Kang's held on, but you'd expect for such a short hole for the rank to be a little bit easier, and it's not, because it is a well guarded green.
Inji Chun on this 14th tee. Definitely try and find the fairway here. Give yourself a good shot. Looking down this fairway, you sure that pin is actually on that green? Goodness.
Yeah, it's deceiving. It is deceiving, but it is at the back edge.
This would be a good par for Brooke Henderson. Little off the right. She's been much more solid today. It's almost, when you see her playing well, it's almost hard to imagine the screws coming loose like they did a little on the greens in Saturday's round.
Jin Young Ko just starting this right centre, just wants to make sure that she doesn't run too far down on that right-hand side. And I think that's going to be pretty good. It's a long way down too.
There are plenty of leaderboards on the back nine, so they know exactly what the state of play is, but they also know what's happening because they're all in the same group. I mean, they've got to keep an eye on Atia, who is a hole ahead. She is on 15 under, but so is this player, Lee Six, the joint leader.
Oh, we've had a few stray tee shots from Lee Six. One right and two or three lefts, and this one is going to be left as well, moving up that left-hand side, and it will pick up the rough. That'll make it pretty tricky coming into this pin.
It looks as though she's got a straight line across. I don't think that the canopy of the tree in front of her is really going to be too much of an issue. With the angle on the right-hand side, it might have been a little bit more if it was on the left. Time will tell.
Maybe 179 yards in this par 3 today. Pin all the way back, 25-6 from the right. Just held on there. Pretty good shot. This was the one I was pretty convinced someone was going to hold the car.
And there is a hole in one. Wow. And if you were to ace it on the 15th, it would be the Lexus LC convertible. What a stunning vehicle. A 5-litre naturally aspirated V8 engine. It is slick, it is sporty and highly, very stylish indeed. Enough to drive away in one of those, but you would need to make a 1 at the 15th in order to do so. But you wouldn't put it past this player because she has been simply magical in this final round. She is 6 under the card today and she has the lead on 15 under.
79 yards. Carry on that left side's about 12 longer than the right front. And there's a ridge that she's right on top of there. That's what, she was banking on a kick forward and left to use that slope, and it's just hung out there. I think she might have had a little execution error there as well.
Well, standing on this fairway, Virginia. Sorry, Inji Chun, I should say. It's a very small area to hit. She's gone more for a central part of the green. It does look like a tiny little peninsula sticking out there.
It's like the infinity green. It just seems to fade into nothing behind that pin today.
Now, Lee Six is coming in at more of an angle on this left-hand side. The ball's actually laying pretty good, so that's not too bad. But coming further left, that little peninsula that the pin is almost sitting on looks absolutely tiny. 115 to the flag. Got a clear line, tail breeze. The line is just slightly left, of course. That's all right, that is very safely done.
Well, it's interesting. If she does go on to win this golf tournament, she's got lucky a few times on this back nine. A couple of pretty ranked tee shots have ended up in decent positions, and that one again from the tee when we saw it, I thought, that could be a bit ugly. Actually, it was perfect.
Jin Young Ko down on the right-hand side, actually a really good angle in here. It's under 100, 98 yards. Just cannot be right off this flag. It needs to land softly, it does. Oh, she always plays this back nine well.
Chance to draw within one coming for Jin Young Ko. Superb iron play there.
And also to be 3 under for the day and to score another all-important round in the 60s, which would be a record on the LPGA Tour. Now, she'll be focusing on bigger titles, lifting the trophy, but 15 consecutive rounds in the 60s would be a record on the LPGA for Jin Young Ko. She has a chance to make history today. All eyes, though, at the top of the leaderboard. Atthaya Thitikul and Lee Six, they share the honours on 15 under par here in the final round in Singapore.
A couple of really nice rounds in there. We saw those going through. Shi Yu Lin in with a 66. Minji Lee, Alim Kim, both on that number as well. How about that from Momoko Ueda? 64, including birdie, eagle, par, birdie, finish. 4 under for the last 4 around this golf course. That is some serious playing from the Japanese superstar. She laid the path along with the likes of Ai Miyazato for Nasa Hataoka, amongst others, to come through over on the LPGA. Something that Gabby Lopez knows a lot about for her role model, Lorena Ochoa. They know each other well, they talk often. She's 3 under par, going down the last, the Mexican.
There is some seriously good golf being played this week by these players. It's been an absolute treat to watch, and I implore you to watch the women's tour because it's just such fantastic value. I mean, you get to see so much more, but these players they really are top notch.
67 for Wei-Ling Shi from Chinese Taipei today. A previous winner there in Stacey Lewis. She took the title back in 2013. Over on the Serapong golf course, still at Sentosa.
The 17th green on the Tanjong course, that island par 3, the tee box. One of the longest tee boxes in Asia, 135 yards. And then you see the 12th hole and the 18th hole heading back towards the clubhouse. That is where drama might well unfold this afternoon. We've witnessed it before. In Ji-chun, come on, keep dribbling, keep going. Not the best putt from the 2-time major champion. Well, it's a birdie putt, but it's not a straightforward one for the 19-year-old Trish.
Well, we've said that a lot today. Now, we haven't seen a hole from this distance. We've seen a hole probably from half that distance. Number 7, I believe it was, early on. Good weight, just didn't quite get the line right.
Lee Six, she has her chance to break free at the top. This for the outright lead.
Just a tiny bit of left to right in this. Oh, what a good putt that is.
And what a great lead. She now sets the mark on 16 under par. Lee 6, 4 holes remaining, fist pumping her way with Dave Buhai. She knows exactly what is at stake. It's only one LPGA win for the South Korean. We expect that there to be more, but putting in this kind of display today, no surprise to see her at the top.
She's only got one LPGA win, but she has got 6 wins on other tours. So it's not as though it's the only time she's won. But I don't know, there's just something a little bit extra pressurised about winning on the LPGA Tour. This is the one that everybody wants to play on. It's the big money tour, if you like.
It is, and these are the big money events as well. A par for Amy Yang at 15. This big for Jin Young Ko. Gosh, she gave us a scare for a second there. But she stays hot on the heels. That's within 2 now after the birdie of Jong-un Lee 6. She's back-to-back birdies and to 14 under par.
A must make for Titicaca is to stay 1 back. Par putt confidently wrapped into the centre of the cup.
Well, she will have some nerves when she's 45 years older, but up until then, she is absolutely nerveless. It's incredibly impressive to watch.
It's musical chairs at the top, but once again, Lee 6 just has the slenderest of leads. The margin is 1 now over Titicaca. Jin Young Ko's not going anywhere, 3 under, coming alive on the back 9. Holes remaining for the world #1. There are still opportunities for her to make a difference. And Inji Chun not really putting a foot wrong, 2 under the card today, and she finds herself only 2 back.
I feel like we've said this quite a few times today. Minjee Lee for eagle again, pretty much on every par 5. She's oh, this one's got a chance. Go on, go on. Ooh.
It got a little interesting at the end there, didn't it?
Well, I thought she had that one.
Great hole, the 15th, the second to last of the par 3s. This on the back 9.
Yeah, this is the hole-in-one hole. Alexis for a hole-in-one. Nobody's got it yet. You hit quite downhill here, and this is one of the reasons I thought that someone might get this, where they pitch it all the way up and just falls into the hole, but not so much yet. However, the green is sort of sat on 2 tiers. You can see right in the middle there's quite a hill in between, and to be fair, that pin's not massively accessible for a hole-in-one today. But if you can just land it where that right arrow is, that second right arrow, it'll just fall gently right round. But if you go straight at it like Brooke Henderson did, well, you've got to have it absolutely perfection. And then to get it to stop would be a very tall order.
I'm quite excited to say that for the first time today, we've actually seen a group walk off the hole in front of us. So we've obviously made a little bit of ground, although these players are still on the clock. They're still being timed. Not a breath of breeze out here at the moment. To say the conditions today have just been superb, being so overcast. We haven't had the blistering heat that you can get when the sun is out. It's been a gentle breeze for a lot of the day, so the conditions have been comfortable, albeit pretty humid. But we expect that. Coming off that birdie, Jin Young Ko. This is with 5-iron. It's good contact now. It's somewhere near that ridge. If it kicks the right way, and you'll have to lead us in from here because we can't see a thing.
Well, unfortunately, it's just pitched probably a couple yards too far, Sandy, so instead of coming round to the flag, it's just gone through the back edge. It's not far off the putting surface, it's a putt, but I think when she hit that, she might have thought, ooh, that's got a bit of a chance.
Yeah, it did look really good from here.
Got a really hard bounce, to be fair.
couple more chances to drive home in that Lexus LC convertible.
Just looks like your sort of car, Kate.
I'd dearly love it to be. Yeah, I could stand on the 15th all day long and it would be very safe at the back of that too. Alley 6.
Also going with the 5-iron. Incredibly benign conditions out here.
I think she can chase after this one just a little bit more than Jin Young could, who's trying to take a little off it.
Contact is good. Ball flight is a little higher. A similar position. Depends if it runs down that ridge or not.
Yeah, Ali hit the nail on the head there. Just landed probably 4 yards closer to the front edge, so it didn't release anywhere near as much. So she's left herself, well, outside birdie chance, I think you'd say.
Final player, last chance at that beautiful car is Inji Chun.
Slightly higher ball flight will help her here.
Does manage to actually keep it surprisingly low. Now that's turning into directly at it. Wow.
Wow, that was brave from Chun. And what that means is she has a really good chance of a 2. Trails by 2. Starting to run out holes as well. Now Minjee is also trying to close the gap. That's a tap-in birdie for the Australian. She moves to 13 under and in a tie for 5th place alongside Henderson and Yang. Lots of red on that scorecard. Couple of drop shots.
9 birdies. 9 birdies.
I lost count. I just saw a lot of red.
Yeah.
Glad you were counting.
Well, I thought it was 11, but that was the 31 going out, so...
Miscalculation from Amy Yang. And that tee box has been moved forward on 16, so not going to be able to go for the green in 2. Real unforced error. She's 3 behind. Yeah, you've got to think there's some potentially an eagle here on the 16th hole for a player like Attia, but it's a difficult driving hole because it really does pinch. Having the distance that she has is going to be a huge advantage coming down this par 5 with the tee box move forward.
Yeah, it's moved forward 2 tee boxes. It's playing at 5.13 today. And what that means is she's going to be, yeah, she's in the perfect position there.
Trish, as you say, she has mullered that, and that is a brilliant drive, and that sets it up so that Attia Titikun can get home on the 16th in 2 on the par 5. Got to try and catch up with that lead. It's only 1 shot that separates her and Lee 6, but taking full advantage of her huge distance off the tee. Titikun trails by 1. Henderson able to get pin high in 2, one of the longest players in the field, but it's apart from a different postcode, is for an eagle. Once again getting her sister Brittany to tend to the flag from a very long way away.
I am fascinated at why she gets her to attend it from certain distances and then leave it from others. There's obviously something in that. I just don't know what it is. I'm going to find out. I will make it my mission to find out. For next time.
Love it. Got all the ships out there as well. We drive past the port on our way out to Sentosa. You would not believe the size of it here in Singapore.
Yeah, it's an incredibly busy port. It's so well located right in the centre of Asia. Singapore Straits. These islands dotted around Singapore. 64 in total make up the city-state, Singapore being the largest island. Sentosa, the man-made island just off it where we find ourselves this week, one of the larger islands of the 64. It really has been transformed over the last 10 to 15 years. So much to do. The island of fun. Lots of fun on the golf course today. I hope you're having fun at home, because we are being treated to a masterclass of golf. The play has been superb.
Yeah, it really has, and that leaderboard is just stunning, isn't it? It really is. It's people 5, 6 unders all over the shop today. All these players, and it's been a joy to watch. The golf course has helped because it's really in just absolutely perfect nick, and the players absolutely adore it.
Two great shots from Hannah Green have set up an eagle opportunity at the 16th hole. Oh, and she's making a charge. Hannah Green now moves up to 12 under. God, I think it's most probably not going to be enough with only a couple of holes remaining. I got a bit excited then.
Did you think that was to take the lead, or what was going on there?
Thought it might have leapt her to 14 under. But it's still a good eagle all the same.
Yeah, for obvious reasons. She was my pick coming into the week. I said I'd be amazed if she didn't finish inside the top 10. So at least she's helping me sweat that one off. As we go to another WA resident in Minjee Lee, up 1 at 17. Great pin today.
Great pin now, and she hits it so much higher than a lot of these girls, doesn't she? She can really get that to come down and stop. Yeah, look at that. What a shot. It's such a huge... You know, when we talk in the men's game, we talk about Rory on certain holes because it's the apex of his irons is so much higher. Well, Minjee is very similar in comparison in the women's game.
Through the back at 15, Jin Young Ko. Couldn't put it. It can! One of the biggest moments of the day for Jin Young Ko. 3 on the bounce. And she's within 1 of the lead.
God, she's holding some long putts this week unexpectedly. And just when it matters, what a 2 from Jin Young Ko. At a critical time of the championship as well, back of the green, a slippery putt. Was not that impressed with her tee shot. She would like the look of this putt.
Honest to God, you could not write it. You can't write her off. It doesn't matter where she is. She just comes out with these ridiculous hold shots.
She finds the magic.
5 birdies in the last 8 holes for Jin Young Ko. Incredible stuff. What's Jong-un Lee 6 got for us? Pretty good from where she was.
Yeah, especially after the partner's just gone in. It's just the emotion of, you know, everybody wants to do their best and try their best. No one wants someone else to hit a bad shot, but they just don't want to see that, I'll tell you.
Second shot now for Titican, par 5, just an iron in hand, boomed her drive. Can she get close, set up an eagle chance?
She did that on the second round, didn't she? You know, she ended up making up and down for birdie, but with the iron, that's strike and plan, I think, going wrong there to be that far short.
It's a curious decision when she's such an aggressive player. Why not take the hybrid, get close? Well.
Please.
2 back, another par, out at the 15th hole.
Minjee Lee for another birdie. She just wants this round to carry on. Can I just play 9 more holes, please?
2-4-2 over the last 3 holes.
Oh my word, 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's 10 now?
10.
It's 10.
It's 10, isn't it?
It is, because there's 2 bogeys in there. She's head under the par. That is incredible golf.
for Lee 6, but she's going to be really feeling the heat now. She leads by 1, but her playing partner, Jin Young Ko, has just drained an absolute perler from the back of the green at 15. There is no let-up.
There's so much emotion in a final round. You know, when someone holds a putt like that in your group, your heart rate goes up as well, doesn't it, Trish? When you're leading, and you know, riding that wave is what pro golf. It's why you play it.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, that's tough to take. In Lee 6's position, that's tough to take. She's in pole position. All of a sudden, from nowhere, you know, she's catching up again. It's brilliant. It's like watching match play. It's fantastic golf.
About a B+ for someone of Amy Yang's calibre. You can see the divot there, just a little bit steep, perhaps. Well, let's take a moment, take stock after, well, a couple of things that have happened in the last 15 minutes or so. The putt from Jin Young Ko, unlikely as it was, it did drop in for a third birdie on the bounce for the world number 1. She trails by 1, as does Atthaya Titikin. They're at 15 under par. They are chasing Jong-un Lee 6, who's on top at 16 under par.
Hannah Green's tee shot at 17. Another of the Aussies that can get it up there, get some flight on it so she can pitch it straight in line with the flag. Looks like she's done that. Yep, very nicely too.
Same coach as Minjee Lee. Min Woo Lee as well. A couple of the WA players work with Richie Smith, who's also involved in Golf Australia back home. Pajaria Nanarukan.
Yeah, not quite as high a ball flight, so can't really go straight at the flag, otherwise he's going to fly it all the way through. Now, Brooke coming in from the right-hand side. Interesting, we've seen most players tee up on this left-hand side, maybe see a little bit of a draw. But Brooke sees this differently. She's teeing up on the right-hand side, just changing the angle a fraction, which means she can actually go a little bit further right of the flag, seeing it as a straight shot. She's using her noggin. That's very clever. Sometimes you're in the heat of battle, your brain's the sort of thing that's not working, but she's a cool customer. Didn't really work out, did it?
No, one hand off the club quite quickly. The execution wasn't what she wanted. It's been a pressure-filled day already for the final round of the HSBC Women's World Championship, and we are into the final 3 holes here on the Tanjong course. That's where we find Jin Young Ko on the tee at the par 5.
And you want to make sure that you find the fairway on this. This is going straight towards those bunkers, and it is going to be in, so that is going to be a big factor.
I wasn't expecting that after the birdie at the last. Now, this is a really big shot. Has to make birdie here, you feel. She's in a really good position, 15 under. She's played magnificently. Long, long chip and run. That needs to get down. Or hit. Not bad. Good effort from there.
She just looks like she was born for this kind of situation, doesn't she? Atthaya Titikin back to 16 with Jong-un Lee 6, our leader.
Got a nice decent tail breeze. Now this is a fraction further left, so this is going to miss the bunkers, and it is going to be a fair way down. It is certainly starting to get the feel of match play out here.
And match play, but it's really a party for 4. Maybe 3.
Yeah. Now, Danielle Kang is having the flag held from, well, as Kate said, a different postcode. This is a long old putt, and this has got masses of right to left on it. Is it coming back? No, not really.
Meanwhile, back on the tee.
Inji Chung, the last of these 3 players off 16. There's another beautiful drive, just taking it with the fairway around the corner, and that'll be a long way down as well.
Now, the one player you wouldn't have expected to miss the fairway there is Jin Yoon Ko.
Here's for birdie for Amy Yang. These are in the must-make category now in terms of staying in contention. Mainly because it's quite hard to find a birdie on 17 and 18, isn't it, Trish?
Yeah, although 18 is playing a fair bit shorter today, but that will be negated by the fact the pin will be impossible. So, you know, it's going to be a tricky second shot. Depends if you need to go. But it makes it interesting, because if you do need birdie, you know, it gives you a chance to hit a short iron in and gives you at least a go at it, but you're going to have to produce probably the shot of your life.
Pitching back across towards it for Brooke Henderson. She'll just be on the slide up slope here. Rolled off the back edge. Should go to her left as well, quite substantially.
Yeah, nicely played.
And back to 16 with Danielle Kang for her birdie.
I think it's safe to say it's not been her day today. She probably at this stage of the game just wants to get out of here, but she'll be back stronger than ever, I don't doubt that. She's got great fight in her, Danielle Kang.
Certainly doesn't lack in that category. It's all just come a little unstuck on the back 9 for Kang. It's been flawless golf, bogey free to hit for Ataya Titikin. This is huge.
Oh, that unbelievable. Just when you thought she couldn't do anything wrong and the pressure was mounting, she had to hold that, really. And it's the first time we've just seen a little chink in the armour of the young Thai player. What a shame. Middle of the fairway, only an iron in on the par 5. Doesn't make birdie.
No, and it stings, a putt to join the lead, but you can see it does just take the wind out of your sails a little bit when she's been so incredibly solid, in particular on the greens out there today. Pajaria Nanarukan. She would have watched Brooks on the way by, and she learnt a lot. It means a lot for these young Thai players. She'll go into Honda LPGA Thailand next week as well with some good momentum. That gets her to 8 under par, back-to-back birdies on the bounce at 16 and 17.
That is some outfit as well. Wow, psychedelic. It's psychedelic even, yellow. That's not for the colourblind. Hannah Green for her birdie. Oh yes, absolutely. The moment she hit it, she's come alive. She's just that middle patch. Those 12 to 15, I reckon she had at least 3 really good birdie chances. She could have been in with a shout here.
17 and 18 short putts missed on that cost her the title last year to Hyoju Kim. We go to 16 with Jin Young Ko.
It's taken a long time to decide what to do out of this bunker. Decided to lay up well short, which is going to give her a pretty long shot in. At one stage she had the rescue in her hand and I think was going to have a bit of a crack to get it further down, but I think Dave might have talked her out of that.
You can tell from her body language there, she knows that going in that bunker was a big no-no. Meanwhile, at 18, Minjee Lee.
That's another stunning iron shot. Oh, she just wants this round to go on and on and on.
It's for the up and down for Brooke Henderson. Yep, that was confidently done. She'll stay 13 under par. Currently in a share of 6th place.
Just trying to get the rules officials notice. We've got a ruling down here. I think it's for Ingy. Could be something to do with a sprinkler or a marker. I'll get down there and find out. So I've got the rules official on the way, so we'll get back to you on that in a moment.
It's brilliant, isn't it, Sandy? The last group in a major game, there's no rules official to be seen. You can't get your head around that, can you?
And the bizarre thing is they've been on the clock for most of the day.
Yeah.
I can't find one.
Thought they'd give him a little space. But it looks as though Jong and Lee 6 is going to go and keep things moving forward in the meantime.
Yeah, she's going to go ahead and play. 196, got a tail breeze. This is with a 5-iron. 175 to the front of the green. It's a really important shot in the scheme of things, leaking fairly well right.
This is very strange. We're seeing some weird second shots here, because if that's 175 to the front, it's 206 to the pin. Now, it might be a tad down breeze, but that's a 5-iron and a half. And we've seen Tiddicoat do the same thing, come up way short. That's come up way short.
You can push my way, yep. Yep, it's a bug. Yep.
Oh, this is too funny, really.
Yep,
They're the
you're
landfills.
welcome.
To the land hills where her feet were to go, and she didn't want to stand on them.
Right into the TV.
She was worried about the ants.
I think so. It's too funny. Coming back to that now, 179 front, so we're virtually 200. And this is with a 4, a hybrid. There is a tail breeze. It's good, solid contact. Just going towards the centre of this green. That'll do it.
Will it ever from Minji Chun? And with that, Trish keeps eagle in play, 2 back as it stands from the lead held by Jong Eun Lee 6. What a time to hit 2 shots like that in a row at the par 5. There she is, 14 under par, but for how long? That's the question. Probably not long at all. And a chance to maybe join the lead coming for our overnight leader in Inji Chun here in Singapore.
Amy Yang from the right-hand side of the tee box on 17. She gives it a bit of airtime, but doesn't like that much. I think that's just going to be short right. Yeah. Or long right, really. Nowhere near the hole, though. No real birdie chance there. I feel like she's got to make a birdie in these last 2 holes to have a chance, don't you?
You know, I think it all hinges, these moments, it hinges on the calibre of player that you're chasing as well. You're chasing a major champion, not chasing someone that's looking for their first win on the LPGA in Jong Eun Lee 6, and Tiddicoat would be so aware of that. Hasn't managed to birdie this hole before this week.
Yeah, and also she's not just chasing one person. You know, she's going to be, well, there's every chance she might be chasing 3 if Chun knocks that eagle putt in. Just coming a little bit apart. Just her iron shots on the last few holes have not been solid at all. And maybe she is starting to feel a bit of pressure. She'd be pretty abnormal if she wasn't.
Pressure is a privilege on a Sunday afternoon. Took a long time picking this club, Danielle Kang and Ollie Brett. It's Jong-eun Lee in the pole position coming into the closing stages here of the HSBC Women's World Championship, but there are plenty of chasers, including the Thai sensation, Atthaya Thitikin, and In-Ji Chun has an eagle putt to come at 16. Could she make her move? Could Jin Young Ko, what she got left in the tank? That is the question. And Minjee Lee is racing through the field, courtesy of 10 birdies out there already today. Things are shaping up nicely at Sentosa. And back down to the live action with Jin Young Ko.
This is 153, and it's a good-looking shot. Now, she may get out of this after going via the bunker. Gives herself a good birdie chance.
Well, that's an understatement, Sandy. That is a magnificent shot from where she was, and just made the perfect decision there to lay up from the bunker. Brilliant decision.
She's going to keep on fighting, and so is Minjee Lee. This for a birdie at the 18th hole.
This for a 63 to get within one. She couldn't, could she? She does!
What a round from Minjee Lee. She has set the course alight. My word. How about that? Finishing in style for the Australian. That is the clubhouse lead on 15 under par. There's only a handful of pars in that, on that scorecard. It was a sea of red.
Got to run this all the way up the green. Now, I don't think this has got enough on it. It's not going to get near for a tap in. So a little bit interesting here on 16, and they have a huge scoreboard directly off the back of the green, so they know exactly how they're sitting.
Sundays, they're all about applying pressure at the right time, aren't they?
It's just fantastic, isn't it?
It's coming from everywhere. Jin Young Ko with the putt at 15, In-Ji Chun with that second shot in here.
And even Minjee Lee, you know, she's just got it to 15. You're thinking, okay, is she going to be possibly going to be one short? But you never know. 17's not exactly a gimme, is it?
By no means at all. You can see 18 as well up in there. The distance, this little corner of the golf course, you pick up a lot of the crowd, and the crescendo builds.
Lee 6. Got a little bit of work to do here for her birdie. She's the first of these players to go, just coming up shy with that pitch and run that she had. Both In-Ji Chun and Jin Young Ko in much closer. She'll be pretty much just straight up the hill.
And a par now for Jong-eun Lee 6, and that does leave the door open. Opportunity squandered. She still has the lead on 16 under, but on a hole that provides a golden opportunity to capitalise. Remember, Ko still has her birdie chance to come.
Must make putt on 17 for Thitikin. She missed one of these on 16. She can't afford to miss this. Oh, this is a bit of a shame. Bit of a shame. But every round like this is a learning process. She won't be thinking that right now, but I'm afraid that's just how it is.
Well, the chase is seriously on out here. Inji Chun now giving herself a great opportunity here. This is for eagle.
Well, the crowd were willing for that to go in, because had that dived into the hole, she would have joined the lead on 16 under par. Still, it's going to be a tap-in birdie, and she finds herself one back with 2 to play. Well, don't go anywhere, because 17 and 18 are not easy holes. Par 3, par 4. She's been moved forward on 18, but really anything can happen, Trish. And when you know what's at stake, there's a leaderboard. They know exactly what the state of play is.
This is the pressure personified. We've just seen, you know, Tadakun 16 and 17 just literally play herself out of it from nowhere. This is Hatoga for a birdie. What a round of golf she's had today.
Low scoring, 10 under for Nasa. Another fine performance by the young Japanese player. One of the strongest players from Asia in the world. Well played.
Well, that would have been a fun group today, because Minji's made 11 birdies and she's made at least 7.
Yeah, and that ties the course record, that 63, with Se-Young Kim. Big putt now for Jin Young Ko to join the lead on 16 under. Never in doubt. What a time to make a birdie. And that's 4 on the bounce for the world number 1.
Next up, please.
She was never making birdie from the sand, and as soon as you say she's never going to do it, she can. 4 in a row for Jin Young Ko.
I think even Dave's impressed with that. I think even he thinks, good grief, seriously? How good are you?
Her timing. I mean, she's keeping us on the edge of our seats.
Well, Al mentioned earlier, back 9 specialist without a shadow of a doubt. And because she's not played a lot of golf. You know, maybe just the more she plays, just the better she's getting.
Just to hold on to that share of the lead.
Just got a little longer.
That hole just got a little bit smaller as well, but it's a par all the same for Lee 6. And so what that all means is that we have 2 players now at the top on 16 under par. But it's Jin Young Ko who enters the fray by virtue of those birdies on 13, 14, 15 and 16. She shares the honours at the top of the leaderboard alongside her fellow countrywoman Jong-un Lee 6 at Sentosa.
For Brooke Henderson. And her ball striking, really the last 2 days has just been so pristine.
Amy Yang's par putt down the hill. It's going to be slick, this one. It's going to turn a little bit from right to left. Oh.
Special effects brought to you by Tris Johnson. But that is frustrating for Yang. Can't win the championship, but it's a lucrative event here in Singapore. Hannah Green. Another good shot. She just needs a couple more holes, doesn't she? If it was a 21-hole tournament, that would really help, because finding momentum.
3 under for the last 2. She did well from where she was there too, in the rough.
Yeah, the Aussies have misjudged this terribly. They've just got it slightly wrong.
Back on the tee, Danielle Kang.
She had her chance stepping onto the 10th tee, was playing herself into position, but then it's been a really frustrating back 9 for the American, looking for her first birdie of the day. That double bogey and bogey that started had her going in the wrong direction. But Hannah Green, this now for a 3 at 18, and to finish with a flurry. Hold your line. par for the Australian on 18, and another fine performance here at the HSBC Women's World Championship. How about that for weekend? 2 rounds of 66.
To come in with a 66 out and be absolutely gutted, that's a pretty good sign, isn't it, for the future?
The 2 leaders, they march to the 17th hole, the par 3, Jong-un Lee 6, and the world number 1, Jin Young Ko, who has come alive on this back 9, reeled off 4 consecutive birdies, and that has earned her a share of the lead on 16 under par.
This is with 7 iron and this tight left pin. This is just going a little more central on the green, just going to give herself a chance at long-range birdie putt. Angie Chun, the second player to play this 17th hole, 154. But you certainly probably don't want to be left of this flag. There's not much room there. Tight on the left-hand side. A little bit of breeze helping them. Again with 7 iron, and that too is going towards the centre of the green. I'll be very interested to see what Lee 6 does here. She's fairly aggressive. Whether she decides to be a little less commercial and get in the direction of that flag. Pin today, 24 on and just 6 from the left-hand side. Now she too is going with 7 iron. Breeze that we just had a moment ago is just completely dropped as she's over the ball.
These are those fascinating moments, Trish, where you're choosing whether to attack, whether not to, and it can all hinge on these choices you make in the last few holes.
Yeah, very much so. And this is really, it's not a massively easy pin to attack. You've got to get it absolutely bang on. You've got to be able to hit it high enough to get it to come down softly, and I'm not sure she can do that.
She has got it very high, but still pretty commercial, similar to the other two players. So long-range birdie putts.
So they'll all be coming in from over on that right-hand side. We'll do well to 2-putt, let alone 1-putt from there.
Brooke Henderson to finish off what would be a fine round of golf. Oh, bless her. Honest to God. So frustrating.
Well, perhaps the long game deserved a little better. It was a final round of 67, but you can see it was the 71 that caused the problems yesterday, moving backwards through the field. Nonetheless, should be good enough for a top 6 finish here for Canada's Brooke Henderson at Sentosa. So let's take a look at what is ahead of our final group, the final hole here on the Tanjong course.
Well, the tee's up on 18 today. It's only playing 387 yards landing area. You can see it's got a lot of room out on the right-hand side. There's no go area on the left. You don't want to be down there. And you leave yourself just to sort of, well, with it being up today, only a sort of mid-iron in. So what have they done? Well, they've moved the tee up, but they've moved the pin all the way to the far right-hand side. 24 on, 5 from the right. But it feeds to the right-hand side, so if you can just pitch it probably about 16 on and just let it feed round to the right-hand side. This is not really where you want to come from, I've got to be honest. Ball below her feet. She's got to go directly straight over those bunkers.
It's quite a shallower green from over on that angle. This could turn out nicely if it comes off that backboard. Still about as good as she can do.
She's, yeah, relief I think that is.
So How about Amy Yang? How's she going to finish off her Sunday's play?
Well, we're actually seeing that this pin position is probably one of the nicest. I think the greens are a lot softer today, so it's making it easier to get somewhere near that pin. And from the perfect position, Ataya Titigan, 14 under. She'll want to get one more, even though I don't think it's going to be enough. She'll be a little bit disappointed in how she's played the last 3 holes. That's a really good shot to finish with. Bit of a learning curve for the youngster today. She was right in there, right in the middle of 16 fairway. Second shot, if she'd knocked that on the green, 2-putted, it could have been a totally different story.
Yeah, experience is the best teacher, and she will learn a lot from it. And it doesn't like she's going to come up short, because you've got, no surprise, a couple of Koreans at the top of the leaderboard who have a wealth of experience. Not easy putts, though, here on 17. They're not threatening the hole.
No, and they've got quite a few humps and bumps in front of them as well, Kate. This one should have no shortage of right to left swing on it, coming up the hill for Inji Chung. Currently just sitting 1 behind, so how she'd dearly love to roll this in and put a little pressure on. But it's not an easy read when you've got difficulty with both the line and the pace.
Long range, and Ji Chun has this putt to join the lead on 16 under par.
Very aggressive. Gave it a go. Not easy to do from 45 feet, to be fair, but she's left herself an uphill putt coming back, so shouldn't really be too much issue. Who do you want to be here? Do you want to be the first one to go or the second one to go? They say first in, don't they? Got a sense of the speed.
I think I'd want to be the first one to go, knowing that Jin Young Ko is probably going to hole hers the way she's playing at the moment.
So, Sandy, you're giving her a 45-footer
yeah, I am.
Down the hill with,
I am,
with a bit of pike and a bit of double. Yeah, okay.
What I've seen has been pretty special, especially on this back 9. She's been amazing over these last 4 or 5 holes.
Yeah, she's a bit special, isn't she?
Oh, she is incredible. Yes, it's a hard gig. This best seat in the house, and I get to watch this all day.
It's a position she has been in many times before. The last 9 starts she's had on the LPGA, she's won 5 of them. She knows how to close a win, how to get the job done. She's comfortable being in the lead. Has the lead now on 17. Up against Lee 6. And this is a birdie opportunity to go 1 ahead.
Gave it a nice roll, though. Not easy from that back, coming across that bank, and there's quite a bit of left to right. You've got to worry about the pace, but it was just a really nice pace on that putt. So she let me down there, Trish. I thought she'd hold it.
Yeah, it was a poor effort.
Perfect holing at the speed. This is down the hill for Danielle Kang at the last.
What a 3 and what a way to finish, and the smile on her face says it all. She's experienced a lot in her golfing career. She still manages to have that perspective that comes with experience and comes from being a little bit older. Not her week, but a stylish way to end. Big putt now for Lee 6 at 17. This for the outright lead.
Well, I thought she had that line looked absolutely perfect. I thought it was just going to turn in at the end. What a putt that would have been.
You would love to go up 18 with a one-shot lead. You know, you want that if you've got the choice in any tournament, but it's certainly a hole to go into with confidence, especially with that second shot. And it was a nice second shot from Ataya Titikin here, the 19-year-old. Chance for a final birdie.
Just when it mattered on the last 3 holes, 3 putts that just didn't quite have the same authority as the previous sort of 15 holes. But that's a tremendous performance. She'll be disappointed, no question about that. But it won't be very long before we see this young lady in the winner's circle on the LPGA. What a fantastic tournament that is. 67, you can't really argue against that.
A very solid final day for Ataya Titikin. We're going to be watching her for the next decade, and what a joy it is. So this for par. This another must make for Inji Chun. And in it goes, a safe 3. She's going to stay hot on the leader's heels going into the final hole.
The 18th hole was the 12th hardest today. Well, Amy's just made that look quite easy. This hole played the hardest, 1 and 2 the first 2 days. So I tell you how much easier it's been made by putting that tee forward and a little bit of rain that's fallen to make the green a bit softer. Well played, Amy Yang.
Another good performance, building her confidence into nearly her event. Next week, she's a 3-time winner of the Honda LPGA Thailand. And that is a 3 for Jin Young Ko. And we're off to 18, all tied up on top. Illustration here as we move back down towards the tee box of what's ahead of them on 18.
This is playing nearly 50 yards shorter than yesterday. That's how much easier it is. Which means it goes from being one of the hardest holes to one of the most birdieable holes. 12 birdies on here today. And you'd have to think one of these 2 players is going to make a 3. In which case, Inji Chun, it won't actually matter if she makes a 3. It's just been so exciting. It's been such a level of golf. It's one birdie after another. Magnificent. I mean, really, and the golf course is set up perfectly. Kudos to the LPGA. They've set it up well. And to the superintendent, well, unbelievable job. What a great golf course this is. Hard walking, mind. Could do with some of those hills being...
We'll put that in our notes for next year.
Yeah, do you think they could do something? Yeah, fair dues.
This is what it's all about. You know, the heart rate's just going up ever so slightly, although Jin Young Ko just makes it look so cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, I think these players, you know, you get to this position and they thrive under this pressure. That's what makes them so good.
Our leaders are on the 18th tee, Jin Young Ko, to strike the first blow at the final par 4.
I'm going to try and keep this in the centre or left of without going too far down the right-hand side. And that is just perfect. Up on top of the hill, gets a clear view. So that's part A out of the equation for Jin Young Ko. First time today, I think we're seeing a little bit of sunshine, so been beautiful playing conditions being so overcast today for these players, a little bit cooler. Now Inji Chung, tee shot at 18. That's high in the air, and that is looking more right centre, but it will hold up. Should be fine.
Just rolled into the semi, well, not into the semi-rough, just into the first main cut of rough, that one, Sandy.
Oh, it does disappear over that little hill on us there.
Yeah, got a bit of a kick right, to be fair.
Now Lee Six, what can she do? She does tend to get it out there a fair way, but we've seen a few stray tee shots from her today, and she really needs to find the fairway. Find the fairway on this hole. It is important. Tough right pin. Yeah, and looking a little down the right-hand side. Oh, now that disappears over the hill on us, so I'll hot-foot it over and see what we've got.
It seemed to nestle down in the rough a little bit. We are looking down a slope there from a higher angle, but now's not the time to leak it right.
Well, the only thing I will say is that Danielle Kang was over there, and as long as she's got a half-decent lie, she has got a chance of, you know, getting within sort of 15, 20 feet.
It can be done. Just think of, you know, everyone on tour knows that Jin Young Ko is possibly the best closer in the women's game these days. And even, you know, you think just an hour and a half ago, she wasn't really in the picture. She was on the outskirts of it. 4 birdies since then. She has that killer instinct.
Yeah, she does. But there's just something about her, though. You know, we're all sat here watching, and yeah, she wasn't, but you fully expected her to, and you knew the moment she made 1, she's going to make 2, and then 2 turns into 3, and then 3 turns into 4, and it's not just the rest of the crew know that she's the best closer. She knows it too, and that's just to have that inner confidence that just comes with, you know, with winning.
Why don't we take you back through the day of Jin Young Ko. It was her first birdie of the day, and she waited a long time for it. 8 straight pars to there on the par 5 8th hole, and then there were 2. It's like you say, Trish. It's like the
London buses.
It is.
It's like London buses. You see none of them, and then they all come along. This really was a great shot. I think this is where she got in the you know, really thought she's going to make a run at it now as soon as she made birdie on that hole. But this was the absolute Brucey of all Bruceys. Look at this. This is quick. I mean, to get the read right and the pace, it's pretty good pace as well. It's not like it's going miles past.
They're the ones that are like daggers to the hearts of your competitors. And that was for 4 in a row. Cool as anything for Jin Young Ko, the world #1. That's why she's there. You can see when one came, another followed today. She built on the momentum, and she is coming home strong. She's also in the best position of anyone down on that 18th fairway. Going into the final stages here. The other 2 out to the right. Inji Chun needs birdie. She's just 1 back.
You'd love to have a heart rate monitor on her, wouldn't you, to know, because she seems as cool as cucumber, but surely, you know, everybody, no matter how good they are, they must be getting a bit of a lift of a heart rate, but she doesn't look like it. I guess if your expectations are this high.
So this next shot for Jin Young Ko, you know, they're going to be banking in a little adrenaline with the next, just purely out of being in this kind of position, aren't they, Trish?
Yeah, definitely. And she wants to fly this pretty much all the way, so they've got to be a little bit careful. Just maybe half a club or so. I don't know, if her heart rate's not gone up at all, then maybe she's not got any adrenaline. She can just hit what she normally hits. You wouldn't put it past her to be about 6 feet, would you?
I think the interesting thing here is she's going to be first to play at 142, so she sneaks in first just in front of them. Now, if she can put something in here and something that's, you know, birdieable, it applies an awful lot of pressure to the other two, who are both coming out of some fairly thick rough to a very difficult pin. So she can really put an enormous amount of pressure on right now.
Having a proper chat about this one.
Yes, they've been in huge consultation on this back nine.
She's made the call now.
142 to get it to the flag. It's about 130 to carry the bunkers. Now she's going with an 8-iron. And it's straight at it if it's the right number. Straight at it.
It's a shot of a world #1 playing to her full potential, coming home here in the final stages of the HSBC Women's World Champion, straight over the pin at the last.
Yeah, this is just an absolute stunner. Look at that. Look at that balance. She knows it the moment she hits it. Tell you what, I wasn't far off. I bet she was looking at that thinking, I might not even have to putt here. What a shot that is.
And with that, she has thrown down the gauntlet to these two, Sandy.
Yeah, and this is pretty tricky. You can see the ball well below Lee Six's feet here. The lie is quite thick. 139 to get it right to the flag. Now, she also is going with an 8-iron. And the risk here is you could easily get a flyer. And that back bunker will be just waiting. Came out very, very well, but it's left of the flag.
Yeah, that was such a difficult shot. As Sandy mentioned, chances of getting a flyer were pretty strong. She wanted to make sure, obviously, she got it over the front bunker, but possibly the lesser of the two evils where she is. She's got a fair bit of room to work with. But all the pressure there was just put on her by such a great, you know, approach shot from Jin Young Ko.
Two of the best shots of the day in a row there at the final hole in this kind of moment for Jin Young Ko.
Final player to play in here, In-Ji Chun, just rolled off into this rough, and it is quite a lush lie. 137. In-Ji also going with an 8-iron. Ball not as much below the feet as was with Lee Six's, but it's still not an easy shot, this. Contact's good, line's good. Now we'll see what the length's like.
Well, again, just a little bit of grass between the club and the ball. You can just see it there, actually, on the club face. And it has absolutely flown, that has, Sandy.
Yeah, well, that was always going to be the risk coming out of that rough. Such an awkward angle.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a very big round of applause as we welcome our final group onto the green, the world #1, Jin Young Ko. And playing alongside her today and putting in a fabulous performance, let's hear it for Jong-un Lee Six. And also a very big round of applause as we welcome to the 18th green, In-Ji Chun.
And it is worth putting your hands together for for these fine players. What a performance it's been from the field today.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about what number we thought they'd have to get to. And it's always round about 17. That's what it's been the previous, over the years really, round about that number. I just didn't think there'd be so many people involved. I mean, that's the thing. It's just been, what entertainment this has been. It's just been tremendous. I suppose it's Asia's major, so you would expect the cream to rise to the top, and boy, oh boy, have they done that.
I don't think, Trish, I've been out on a golf course for 4 days where I have enjoyed the golf so much. It's been exciting from day one, and gosh, it's been there's been some incredible play out here.
Well, Sandy, that's an incredible testament, really. I'm not saying you're old or anything, but
Been around for a few years.
You've seen some golf in your times, and if this is one of the most enjoyable you've ever seen, that really does say something about the level of golf, doesn't it?
And I have loved seeing these younger, newer players coming through, aggressive, enjoying themselves, and really getting on with it. So it's been a fantastic week. Now, this will be some sort of up and down. And realistically, we know she's got to get up and down at best to potentially force a playoff. But this is very difficult. Downhill all the way.
Can she use that bank behind it, Sandy? Or do you think she'll try and land this soft?
I think she's got to try and land it soft. I don't think there's enough of a bank behind it to bring it back at all. Oh, that is not... Okay. That's kind of game over, isn't it, really?
She's been so unbelievably solid all day long, blemish-free.
Well, it's a little bit sad, I must admit. She's just almost tried to get too cute with that. There's not a lot of sand under that ball. That's what, and all that's happened. She's really tried to get the blade, get the face underneath it. Not enough sand to do that. She's just caught the ball first. And do you know what? The whole of the week, I don't think we've seen a single ball in those sort of little bits between the bunkers. So I hate to think what that looks like.
It is dense over there. It's going to be Inji Chun to size this one up next.
Sandy, she needs to hold this. What are the chances?
Yeah, it'll be spectacular if she does. It's not easy coming out of that lush grass because everything from here is just downhill running away from you. So she'll have to land this ever so softly, club face well open, and just try and kill this off on the edge, I think. It's amazing to come down to this 18th hole, and this can all change so dramatically. Where 1 minute, Lee Six is tied for the lead, and now she's in an awful lot of trouble, and Inji Chun has a chance here to get back in the game, but it'll take a spectacular shot. Got to land it soft. Oh, maybe just a little too short in the long stuff. It was a really good attempt, though. It was never going to be easy.
Kind of surprised she didn't make sure she kind of, gave it a go, get it to the hole. It's the only chance she had. I mean, she's played it very well, don't get me wrong, but she needs to hold that to have a chance to get in a playoff. I'm probably being too harsh.
Hey, if the opportunity's there, no one has a kill instinct like you do as well, Trish. Maybe Jin Young Ko. She's not bad as well. Think about the two shots she hit into there. Now watch this for Jong-un Lee Six.
Oh, that is so heavy. Just on the top of that bunker there, everything is downhill. So to get this to stop anywhere near the flag, that's going to be more luck than anything, I think.
That is good from there. That could have ended up anywhere. That's the worst grass on the property, Sandy.
You were never going to be able to do anything great with that. And that was just probably virtually the best result that it could have been.
But what that does mean, and it's going to afford Jin Young Ko 2 putts for the title.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that when it's come down to the last few holes, there were four players involved with 3 holes to go. And just slowly but surely, the world number 1 has just got rid of her main competitors just with pressure. She has just exerted the pressure that was required. 15, 16, good putt at 17. And they just couldn't quite live with her.
Never really in a dominant position this week until these final few holes, maybe until now.
Absolutely, Al. Right now is the only time that she's actually been in the lead.
This time it's Asia's major for Jin Young Ko. And with that, the world number 1 takes the HSBC Women's World Championship with a birdie at the last, no less.
I cannot but 6 out of her last 10 events. She hasn't played for months. Absolutely incredible. What a golfer this girl is. Just when push comes to shove, the cream rises to the top, and my oh my, has she done that. Even her caddy, even Dave can't believe it. I swear to God, that's a look of astonishment at how good his player is.
She just has that extra gear that so few in professional sport at all have to find in those final moments.
Yeah, it's been a real eye-opener actually, Al, watching this. I've obviously not watched 4 rounds of her play, and from the start, the first 2 holes, the first day, she was all over the shop. I thought anything could happen. And she just keeps breaking record after record.
So it's going to be for a bogey, and it's not going to be the finish that Jong-un Lee 6 would like. Still plenty of dollars on the line. Needs to stay focused here.
Oh, such a shame. She's played so well the whole day. And that is really cruel. Golf is an exceptionally cruel game.
So it was a double bogey to finish a round of 69 for Jong-un Lee 6. That's going to put her in most likely a share of 4th.
Well, so much for this hole playing easier today. She won't be saying that. This putt is worth a lot of dough. Minjee Lee, who had a tremendous finish, she is going to finish, if this doesn't go in, she's going to finish second on her own. This is a tie for second place.
It's a good up and down, but it's just not quite enough for In-Ji Chun. Round of 69 today. And it wasn't without its chances coming home for the South Korean.
And our congratulations to Jin Young Ko, the first start of 2022. And
It's been a real eye-opener, a real privilege, and just a fantastic experience to watch these great players play this week in just one of the best places on earth.
Presentation will take place shortly on the 18th green.
You can see why the players love
And a
coming
very big
here.
round of applause to
Quality
In-Ji Chun
field,
and Jong-un
65
Lee
of
6,
the
who
world's
came so
best.
close.
A quality golf course in one of the best cities of the world. There's Gabby Lopez there congratulating her friend. She is a friend to many on the LPGA, Jin Young Ko. And you can understand, if you've been with us, the sea of red since 13, why she is the most dominant women's player in the game. 5 birdies in the last 6 holes, a round of 66. Never say never for Jin Young Ko. What an incredible way to get it done. This was the moment, the final hole. She waited 72 to get there. And it was worth it.
Well, she just breaks record after record. Not only has she broken 70 yet again to have 15 rounds on the trot, she's also broken the record of consecutive subpar rounds today. I'm not really sure what else you can say about her.
She is a record breaker. She's the record holder. Now, Jin Young Ko, she does the things that can't be done. And she does them when you're not sure she can. And that's exactly what's happened here in the final round of the HSBC Women's World Champion. It's a 2-shot win in the end at Sentosa. So the final standings there, we'll scroll through a couple of pages. You can pick out your favourite players. Good day for the West Australians. That 63 from Minjee Lee. Ended up in a tie with In-Ji Chun for second place. Good move as well from Shiyu Lin. 66 for her today. Few better than Momoko Ueda. 64 for the Japanese superstar here on a sponsor's invitation. Twice a winner on the LPGA. She's done well with that.
Pretty much. If you didn't shoot 4 under par today, you're losing ground. I mean, it was a stunning day's play. Nana Madsen at 8 under, 5 under today. The great Inby Park, 4 under to finish at 8 under. She loves this golf course. She's won here twice. And Lydia Ko comes back with a really low round, 5 under to finish on 7 under.
Yeah, things always just seem to go up a level in the final day here. Even with the pins tucked, like we saw at the start of the day, Trish.
Just exceptional golf, really was. And such entertainment coming down that last, the final stretch, which is what you want. And the golf tournaments are just, they never cease to amaze. And that was one of the very, very best.
And the kind of Sundays you get excited about if you're the golfer. Get clubs out, they inspire. Round of 67 from Marina Alex today.
A couple of players won't be too happy with their rounds, but at least an under par round today gets you in the swing of things for next week, of course, because they're in Thailand next week, another event. Good round of Mel Reed's today. 3 under par, nice to see her playing well.
It is very nearly that time to hand over the trophy, but before we do that, let's look back on the final day that was. Jin Young Ko, pardon me, Jonghyun Lee 6, the 7th hole. What a shot it was at the par 3, very nearly an ace.
Amy Yang's birdie putt at number 9. And this was always in. It was perfect pace, right in the middle.
How about this? Jin Young Ko for her birdie at 9, after picking one up at 8 as well.
Minjee Lee's 3rd shot at 13. This was one of 3 eagle chances she had on the par 5s today.
Well, there's plenty to watch. You had to work out where to look. At some points in time, Ataya Titkin, she was in it for a long time. Stepped that one in at 13, the talented Thai star.
Minjee Lee's birdie putt to get to 12 under, 15.
How about In-Ji Chun, our overnight leader? Hadn't been in this position with a 54-hole lead for 6 years. And that was nice. The par 5 kept her right in the thick of things.
This was our winner's 3rd shot into 13, and this was the shot that really got her going. What a superlative chip that was.
Just watch this, rolling end over end over end for Jong-un Lee 6. That went in 14. The short par 4, it was a good time to do it as well, just as others were charging, not to mention Jin Young Ko.
This was a monster on 15. Jin Young Ko off quite substantially off the green. She's read it to perfection. She's got the perfect pace. The flag's in. Cha-ching.
That was a shot to the heart for those around. What a day from Minjee Lee as well, and naturally she finished in style. A round of 63, the best of the week so far, and it was good enough for a tie of second place. She set the clubhouse lead, 15 under par.
And this was walked in. Jin Young Ko, look, the moment she hits it, yeah, that's in. Walk it in. 16, birdied that hole as well.
There was lots to watch, and a lot of it was red here this afternoon on the Tanjong course at Sentosa Golf Club, how pristine it was, and naturally we had the leaderboard to match. There is our winner. It's a two-stroke gain in the end.
No one's ever without their phone, are they? Just to see. She's already looking to say, right, who sent me a congratulations here? What? Yep. Look at that. She's someone sent one, and she's like, oh, lovely.
Well, she's got the notes in hand. No doubt there'll be many people to thank, and this was to thank for the final round. It was a 66 for Jin Young Ko. Let's head down with Kate for the presentation.
The HSBC Women's World Championship. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our presentation party. To my immediate left, Ki-Ju Wong, the Chief Executive Officer of HSBC Bank Singapore Limited. We're delighted to welcome Stacey Collins, the Senior Vice President and Tour Operations of LPGA. Please put your hands together for Bob Tan, the Chairman of the Sentosa Development Corporation. And a very big thank you indeed to Jerry Harvest Samuel, the Tournament Director of this fantastic championship. And last but definitely not least, please put your hands together, make some noise as we welcome our champion in 2022. It's the world #1, Jin Young Ko. Yeah. Wow, well, what a finish we have witnessed. Well, what 4 days we've enjoyed here at Sentosa. The very best in the women's game came to the Tanjong course. We had 8 in the top 10 in the Rolex rankings. Scoring has been sensational. We had a 63 earlier today. You thought that might be enough to make a challenge for the title, but not to be. It was musical chairs at the top of the leaderboard. We've seen some fabulous play, plenty of birdies and eagles, but the cream rose to the very top. And what a back nine it has been indeed for Jin Young Ko, fending off her fellow countrywomen to lift this wonderful championship trophy in 2022. Can I please ask Ki-Ju Wong, the Chief Executive Officer of HSBC, to present the trophy to our winner. Let's hear it. For the world #1, first start out in 2022, it's a win.
She's done it again.
How do you do this? Well, I've got to put this into perspective a little bit here, because you have now won 6 of the last 10 LPGA events. We are in awe of you. You're the world's #1 golfer, and we have to say, you got off to quite a slow start on the front nine. We're like, when are the birdies going to come? You had so many good players from South Korea that were also vying for the title. How did you manage to come alive on the back nine?
Well, yeah, I played well today, but it's tough to round playing with 2 Koreans, amazing players, and we are still close friends. So, but yeah, I had a lot of confidence on the back nine as then front nine. So I got a lot of birdies for back nine, and it was amazing to inspiration, and I really wanted to get this trophy, but finally I made it, and I can't wait to play 2023.
We're very excited that you're going to be back. You lift this trophy for the first time in your career. You're just 26 years old. You've made history today by winning this, but also, ladies and gentlemen, Jin Young Ko has now recorded 15 consecutive rounds in the 60s. That is an LPGA record. How proud are you of that as well?
It was a lot of pressure before the tee-off today. But I really wanted to fight by myself to record, but finally I made it, and it's proud by myself, and I don't know, well, it's like dream.
It is a dream for you. It's a dream for all of us to watch you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together as Jin Young Ko lifts the trophy for the first time in her illustrious career. She is the HSBC Women's World Champion for 2022.
So good to get to hear from our champion Jin Young Ko, and a worthy one at that. What a performance today, Trish.
Oh, utterly superb. I mean, I always thought that she was going to get it going. On the front nine, it looked as though, she's fast asleep, to be perfectly honest. But as soon as she gets in the swing of things, she is... Do you know what? She's one of the best I've seen, you know, right up there with the Sorenstens and the Choas.
High praise. And we know she's got plenty more in her as well. That is lucky number 13 on the LPGA for Jin Young Ko, our world number one. And yet again, she's won her season opener. She did it in her rookie year at the Women's Australian Open. And hot off a 3-month break, there she is now. They're the updated standings in the race to the CME Globe after the HSBC Women's World Championship. It is Danielle Kang who leads the way with another strong performance here, another top 10 to her name. And that's a win and 2 of those in her year. But what about our Singapore Airlines round of the day? No questions asked here. The 63 from Minjee Lee.
It's a pretty tough one. I mean, you've got to play at winning a tournament, but you've got a 63 on the final day. It's got to be the 63, isn't it?
So impressive. And that's why she too is a major champion. A lot of them were in contention. You can see there the top 3 on the leaderboard already with one of those under the belt. So great to watch Ataya Titikin today as well, Trish. What do you think about her chances in the future? Pretty good?
What do you reckon? I think there is no doubt. Give her a few more tournaments that she'll be a tournament winner. I mean, she shot 5 under today and she's basically finished in an ambulance. I mean, it's just a horror finish, but she was quite something for a 19-year-old to be that composed. Just when the pressure really came on her in the last 3 holes, it was the only time she sort of felt it and just couldn't quite get the putter going. But she is going to be a future world number 1.
Good to see some nice golf as well from Inji Chun, but that is our champion at the end of the day. In the end, it was a 2-shot win for Jin Young Ko. Well, it's been a bit of a wild week.
I'm shattered. I am, really. We haven't even been outside this box, but it's just been out of this world. I've thoroughly enjoyed the week. I can't wait to come back.
That's it. The Asian swing delivers again. So from Trish Johnson, Kate Burton, Sandy McKenzie and myself, Ali Whittaker, we'll see you next week as well at the Honda LPGA Thailand. But for now, it's goodbye from Singapore.